I'm actually really curious to see what's going to happen with this.
The P. Diddy scandal has finally uncovered just how dark and twisted those in control of our culture really are. From some of the most disturbing sex parties ever.
And the thing is that, like, I kind of don't want to say this, but, like, if Leonardo DiCaprio and Howard Stern got named, I'd be like, yeah. Yeah.
Recorded sleepovers with a teenage Justin Bieber, funding and controlling your favorite celebrities, hosting his own Love Island where he took people off the radar.
I got an island, it's called Love Island. When you going off the grid with me, you gotta go to sleep for a week.
Freak.
That's a like, he just said it?
Off parties, whilst also allegedly taking down some of the most iconic musicians in the industry.
Oh my god.
The P. Diddy situation is truly disturbing, and now that he's in custody, only time will tell what's going to happen next. But the fact that this has been going on secretly behind the closed doors of the Hollywood elite for decades shows just how well covered this truly was. But now finally, the truth is unraveling in front of our very eyes. P. Diddy.
I will say that, like, people that heard about this or knew about this and didn't speak out against it, I don't necessarily think that they're bad people. Not categorically, all of them. Because I don't think that, like, because if you speak out against this and bro, well, let me explain why, okay? Like, before people get mad about this, let me explain why. It's because I understand, and I would probably do it. I would speak out against it despite this. However, a lot of people believe it's not their place to do it because they weren't victims, and it's up to the victims to do it. And they don't want to throw the victim into a situation where they're not prepared and mentally or emotionally able to deal with the situation. So I think that's whack. Yeah, like, so, okay, I view it as a trolley problem, basically. And so because of that, I would still make it public, where it's like, yes, this could damage these people, but it also could prevent it from happening to an unknown amount of people in the future. So I have the same conclusion, but I don't think that their perspective is entirely invalid.
Needs hardly any introduction. Before he was infamous for his crimes, he was at the top of society. Yeah. He rubbed shoulders with
especially if people don't really know about it, right? You hear about this, maybe this happened. Are you really going to go out and spread some crazy rumor like this that you don't really know?
Powerful celebrities in the world.
Ooh.
He knew everyone in the music industry, from Jay-Z, Beyonce, Snoop Dogg,
that's
to
crazy.
Biggie
That's a lot of
and even
people.
Justin Bieber. However, this recent case has exposed how truly twisted the celebrity elites truly are. The investigation began initially in November 2020. Twisted the celebrity elites truly are. The investigation began initially in November 2023 by Sean's ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Cassie Ventura. She accused him of misconduct and filed a lawsuit. Cassandra and P. Diddy then settled out of court the very next day, and one of his lawyers, Ben Brafman, was clear that it was by no means an admission of wrongdoing.
Of
P.
course.
Diddy then released a statement wishing Cassandra the best in order to further support the idea that he was innocent.
Right,
but guilty or not, it certainly left a stain on his name. Cassandra then released a statement thanking her friends and family for their support, and the settlement amount on his name. Cassandra then released a statement thanking her friends and family for their support, and the settlement left a stain on his name. Cassandra then released a statement thanking her friends and family for their support, and the settlement amount was left undisclosed.
It
seemed to be a
is.
case closed, done and dusted job, or at least that.
Well, I think the reason is, like, I mean, let's just think about this logically. Why would he do this if, like, he's paying this massive amount of money? It's no way a mission of wrongdoing. Like, I mean, come on. I hope she got paid. Yeah, she probably got paid a
Little
ton of
did P.
money.
Diddy know that this would be the beginning of the end for him, and would start the ball rolling with many accusations and investigations that would lead to his demise. A further 2 lawsuits were then filed, with accusations of abuse and sexual assault by 2 other women. Joy Dickerson claimed that in 1991, when she was just a 19-year-old college student, P. Diddy had drugged her after a date and sexually assaulted her in her home. Lizard
Jesus.
Gardner was the next victim to come forward, claiming she and a friend were drugged and put in separate rooms where at first, P. Diddy and then Aaron Hall would do awful sexual acts against them. She then found out her friend had the exact same treatment as well, as it seems like they both took turns doing these awful crimes against these girls. Lizard was just 16 at the time, and then a few days later, P. Diddy pitched up at her house and assaulted her again, this time choking her until she passed out, as he
What the fuck?
was irritated at the thought that Lizard might mention this to his girlfriend. Then in December 2023, another person came forward.
Wait, what?
That Lizard might
Until she almost passed out because he was worried she might divulge what happened. So he
mentioned this to his girlfriend. Then in December 2023, another person came forward with more accusations aimed at him. She claimed that she had been gang raped and sex trafficked. She said that Harvey Pierre, who was the president of Combs Bad Boy Records, flew her from Detroit to New York in 2023. However, while with them, a third man joined P. Diddy and Pierre and gang raped her.
I think that like this is a really interesting component that whenever I'm looking at stories like this, it like I kind of have like a degree of the more details line up between stories and the more minute the details, the more I believe the stories. And like the whole gang raping and drugging people, I know it's common, but this seems to be a common factor among all of them. And like for me, whenever I read situations like this, if I see a bunch of like these like really kind of abstract commonalities, it probably happened. Yeah, the
P.
dots
Diddy even
connect.
complained that he couldn't finish until he had his nipples pinched. The suit included a photograph from the night in question of her sitting on Sheen's lap. She was only 17 then, and was now the fourth woman to come forward in just a matter of weeks. This time P. Diddy did not settle out of court. In fact, he issued a statement on his Instagram saying, quote, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation, and my legacy.
Shouldn't have put that out there.
Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of these awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." But there were several red flags hinted by friends of P. Diddy, particularly in Usher's interview with Howard Stern, where subtle suggestions indicate that these new allegations were possibly founded as far back as 2016, back when the interview took place. As Usher described his experiences when he lived with Sheen
what did he say?
2016.
Living with Diddy comes as questioning experience.
Back when the interview took place,
What'd he say?
as Usher described his experiences when he lived with Sheen Coon for a year, and said he was exposed to some very curious things, but at that age, he didn't understand it.
I moved to New York City, and I lived with Sean Puffy Combs for a year.
We're sending you
New
over
York
to
City.
something called Puffy Flavor Camp
There you go.
to learn some.
Flavor camp.
Yeah,
Flavor
that's what it
camp.
was called. Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
No, not really. I
Come
mean,
on.
but hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you
I
seeing?
went there to see the lifestyle. But I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild. What I did say is that there were very curious things taking place, and I didn't necessarily understand it.
It's only now that it stands out because it further
What the fuck? Jesus, like he knew, but he's 13. I don't know, like.
supports the allegations. When Howard asked Usher if he would allow his own son to participate in the Puffy Flavor Camp, as P. Diddy would call it, Usher didn't hesitate to say no.
14 years old. You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy Camp?
Well, he sent somebody else's. His name was Justin Bieber.
No.
In a Rolling Stone interview with Usher in 2004, he elaborated on his experiences with living with P. Diddy.
Oh my God.
He said there was always girls around. You'd open a door and see somebody doing it, or several people in a room having an orgy. You never knew what was going to happen. With this in mind, it wasn't that surprising that by February 27th, 2024...
And they just brought a kid in there? I mean, this isn't like 17, right? This is 13.
the
Oh my
producer of P. Diddy's
God.
album, The Love Album, sued P. Diddy for $30 million for sexual assault.
Yeah.
He claimed that he was also drugged and woke up in a bed with 2 male sex workers and Mr. P. Diddy himself. His lawsuit included P. Diddy's son, Justin, who he claimed would bring underage girls home and then drug them, while his dad secretly filmed these sexual acts. Although an adult
Bro, this guy... This is this is insane. It's fucking insane. Like, no, I mean, I thought it was like, oh yeah, hooking up with some girls, and you know, this guy was like sleeping with a 16-year-old girl. Okay, you know, like, all right, this is like, it's just your typical situation, right? This has happened many times in Hollywood. This is crazy. His kids bring, like, and he's film. I feel like I mean, this is some, like, I would say this is some Game of Thrones shit, but this is worse. This is insane. Like, oh my God.
A film actor called D'Angelo Knockout Marquise claimed that one of the photos used in the lawsuit was actually a still from one of his films. Although perhaps discredited, where there's smoke, there's fire. And P. Diddy was now desperately trying to put the fires out as more and more took to flame. P. Diddy actually admits that he did document everything in his life, so any sexual male acts could have easily been caught on tape. And the fear of that exposure will keep some from coming forward as well.
So he secretly recorded people to use as collateral to ensure the continued obedience. Wait, but then he admitted that he recorded people too?
Acts could have easily been caught on tape, and the fear of that exposure will keep some from coming forward as well.
At this point, like, what didn't this guy do? This is insane.
Deal, P. Diddy's former bodyguard, said in an interview that the freak-off included P. Diddy having sex with male escorts that his then-girlfriend was forced to find.
Looking at this lawsuit, she alleges that, you know, Diddy, he'll make her
I could care less about that. Some dude wants to fuck another dude. You gonna suck another dude's dick? Go ahead. I don't care. This part's like, who cares, right?
Online for BBCs for their freak-off sessions. And she say that, you know, in this lawsuit that, you know, Diddy, he enjoyed watching her get smashed by BBCs.
And she was searching for the big black, not only for herself, but for somebody else who we all know that was in the room with her. There had to be...
That's really, I'm gonna be real, like, I could care less about this. Really, like, I really could care less about, like, this situation. Like, these are two adult swingers that are into cucking, shit like that. It's a private sexual fetish between consenting adults. Weird? Sure. Problematic? No.
For both of them, they was in the room.
P. Diddy would make them wear masks to keep their identity from Casey.
She also alleges that, you know, while she was having sex with these male prostitutes, the male prostitutes, and Diddy, they all wore masquerade masks.
He didn't want her to know who they were.
Which is why on March...
Is the fucking Hunger Games? Like, what is this? Like, this is some fucking, like, Great Gatsby Hunger Games fucking... like, weird. The Eyes Watch. Is that one of the... I never saw that movie. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like...
March 25th, 2024, P. Diddy's homes in both LA and Miami were raided by the Department of Homeland Security Investigations in New York. The raid was part of the investigation of sex trafficking led by the Southern District of New York, perhaps prompted by the now 5 victims who had come forward, one of which was a male who also chose to remain anonymous. Because of this,
only
the
5 back
investigators seized
then.
guns and P. Diddy's phone on the day of the raid. It was reported that over 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant were found on the property. This unusual find would be laughable if it were...
The thing is that after hearing about all this stuff, the only thing that I'm surprised about is that it was only 1,000 bottles. This is insane. Like,
one so incriminating to the horrific...
about all this stuff.
1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant were found on the property. This unusual find would be laughable if it...
The thing is that after hearing about all this stuff, the only thing that I'm surprised about is that it was only 1,000 bottles. This is insane. Like,
weren't so incriminating to the horrific charges. It only supported flying rumors of sex parties that would go on for days with drugged up women and male escorts, all performing sexual acts in the quote freak off to satisfy P. Diddy's endless need for lust. In the Los Angeles home, P. Diddy's sons were also put in handcuffs during the raid. It was reported by their mother that the federal agents used excessive unnecessary force and that it was just racially motivated. But it couldn't be any further from the truth. Everyone allegedly involved was being taken down, and over the coming months the truth would unravel about how truly disturbing this Hollywood celebrity culture truly was. Now, P. Diddy's
This is insane. Like, and the fact that his kids are involved with it too. Classic race card. I mean, look, it's the mom. It's like there's a reason why you don't have people that are involved. Like, you don't have the parents of like the perpetrator or something make decisions. Like, the mom's in on it, and yet no, and that's another fucking thing, man. Is like now, like I would never think like the kids are like it's maybe she's in on it too. I mean, fuck, like how could you not be in on it? It seems she's got to be an accomplice too. Yeah.
Is unknown to be insane, as you can probably tell by the 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Is unknown to be insane, as you can probably tell by the 1,000 bottles of baby oil. At these parties, it was reported that the drugs offered were all designed so that party participants could go on for hours having sex.
Like
there was
meth?
a drink called the Tusi, which was dosed with a bunch of drugs. Jaguar Wright explained this in an interview, as she said that P. Diddy would put in Special K, also known as ketamine, to relax your muscles.
Now, if you don't know what ketamine is what they call on the street Special K. It's a veterinary drug. It's a horse tranquilizer.
This was then mixed with cocaine and Viagra to counteract the negative side effect of limp noodle, as Jaguar described it, creating the perfect mix to relax you while still keeping you completely energized for sex.
The cocaine keep you up all night, but unfortunately, it gives you limp noodle because of with the blood flow. So you want to fuck with a half-hard dick all night. So that's why you have the Viagra, to make sure that the dick involuntarily stays hard while you're numbing your fucking self with the coke.
Jamie Foxx even said that he'd been to one of these parties. And
That's... Oh my god, bro. Like, that shit's sick. That's so weird, bro. That shit weirds me the fuck out. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, that's so weird. Like, how do you just do this? Just the beginning? Like, yeah. Like, that's just... It's sick, bro. Like, what the fuck?
and it's very likely that most people in the celebrity LA Hollywood culture would be partaking in this stuff, especially with the recent allegations coming forward in the last couple of weeks. And it's truly disturbing to think what was happening there. Recently, a video was shown by CNN of P. Diddy assaulting Casey, which further supported her claims. The video shows her trying to leave the hotel party, and P. Diddy had already given her a black eye by this point. In the video, P. Diddy's wearing nothing but a towel, and as he catches up to her, he violently pushes her down, then proceeds to kick her twice and tries to drag her down the hall.
Yeah,
the
I saw
footage shows
this.
further abuse when he throws a bunch of glass in her direction.
Wait,
it's
what?
obvious that he's very intoxicated at the time, having just emerged
I
from
didn't
one of
see
these
that.
awful parties.
That's
After this footage went public, P. Diddy posted an apology saying he was disgusted with himself when it happened, and that he's disgusted with himself now.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you gotta do that. I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
He claimed that he sought help and went to rehab after the incident.
I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry, but I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
The LA County District Attorney's Office also issued...
Man, he's gonna have to do a lot of apology videos. Yeah, they gotta have him in jail doing apology videos all day. This is gonna be a lot.
a statement saying
That's
that while
bad.
the video was hard to watch, they could not use it for further action as the footage and incident happened beyond the timeline where it'd be of legal use.
Oh,
However,
yeah.
they encouraged
Statute
others
of
to come
limitations.
forward. It was explained that P. Diddy paid the hotel $50,000 for the footage so that it would not be leaked to the public.
Oh my god.
The sad reality is that this is the only incident caught on surveillance and actually exposed to the public. However, Casey's lawsuit was riddled with far more horrific accusations.
That girl went through some tumultuous shit that she never thought that she would ever have to go through being in the music business.
She claimed that P. Diddy would go into fits of rage and that she was his main target of savage beatings.
Well, I mean, she had a black eye, right? And so, like, how does that happen?
Into the bedroom and shut the door, and all I could hear is screaming and yelling and whatever was going on in there, I don't know.
What the
all
fuck?
All I could think of was to grab Cassie's things and start packing it up and just getting her out to safety.
She claimed that he would drug her and force her to have sex with other men while he watched, filmed, and masturbated to it.
And start packing it up and just getting her out to safety.
She claimed that he would drug her and force her to have sex with other men while he watched, filmed, and masturbated to it.
I just like... It's just like, I mean, is a cucklord? I don't care about the cuck part. It's about like drugging her and forcing her, right? The cuck part, like, I don't care about that. I don't give a fuck. Like, that's just, yeah, you want to go do that? Go ahead. Like, NTR Diddy? Yeah, plenty of people like NTR. Great, have fun. But fuck, he blew... Wait, what? Wait, often punched, beat, and kicked on her, resulting in bruises, burst lips, black eyes, and bleeding. Blew up a man's car after he learned that he was romantically... Wait, ran out of his apartment with a firearm in pursuit of a rival industry executive who he learned was nearby, demanded that she carry his firearm in her purse just to make her uncomfortable and demonstrate how dangerous... And this is even the one that's highlighted? Yeah, dude, bro, this guy's playing Grand Theft Auto. What the fuck? This is insane. He blew up Kid Cudi's car? Oh my god. Special place reserved now for Diddy? Just yeah, like, this is like, you've got to... I'm trying to think, like, has there been anything that's been more deranged than this? Like, there's plenty of, like, serial killers that get into, like, weird stuff, but usually it's, like, one or two weird fixations. This guy, I feel like this guy just looked at, like, what can I do wrong? He looked at it like a checklist. This is insane. Like, Epstein, well, we don't know what happened with Epstein. We're not sure about that. Like a challenge, yeah, bro, like an achievement list. Holy fuck.
Has since been dubbed as a freak-off, and as we've mentioned, it's come up in many other accusations as well.
Yeah.
She also claimed to try to leave him in 2018, which ended up with her getting odd. Casey also claimed that for a brief time she and Kid Cudi started a romantic relationship, but when P. Diddy found out about it, he threatened to set his car on fire and wanted to make sure that Kid Cudi was there when it happened. While it seemed like an idle threat, it did indeed happen. 2 weeks later, Kid Cudi's car was deliberately set alight. As for P. Diddy, this footage of the abuse could not have come at a worse time. He was already being investigated, adding fuel to the fire.
There's another dude. This guy is insane. But probably Las Vegas, Hollywood, couch surfing at 50. Yeah, I mean, this is nuts. Professional deviant, yes.
Were coming forward with further accusations, and even men like the Michigan inmate Derek Lee Smith sued P. Diddy for $100 million and won by default. It seemed that P. Diddy didn't even show up to defend himself for this one. In Derek's suit, he claimed that while at a party in Detroit in 1997, he was a victim of groping and sexual assault by P. Diddy. And once these accusations started coming forward, people started realizing that P. Diddy was just the tip of a giant iceberg of a huge Hollywood conspiracy. You see, Eminem, who's known to rap out his opinions, recently dropped a line in his Killshot diss track, mainly aimed at Machine Gun Kelly, that brought up the possibility of P. Diddy's involvement in Tupac's murder. The line that had fans reeling went, "Kel was the day you put out hits, the day Diddy admits that he put the hit out that got Tupac killed," which was
this guy, bro, this guy's actually like, yeah, this is actually, he's playing Grand Theft Auto. Like you want to know the only other person that I feel like is this reckless, this insane, and this dangerous? Hunter Biden. Like P. Diddy and Hunter Biden have been playing Grand Theft Auto in real life. It's nuts. Much worse than and yeah, this makes Hunter Biden look like a good guy, you know, normal guy. Just oh wow, oh yeah, wow, he does crack. Oh, that's so bad. Like yeah, insane. Yeah, bro. This is insane.
Then followed by, I'm just playing Diddy, you know I love you, and many share Eminem's suspicions, although there has been no real proof of it. It is possible that Eminem is not holding back as P. Diddy's record company Bad Boy Records is funding MGK who was gunning for Eminem, but Eminem didn't stop there. In other songs like Antichrist, he brings up the video of P. Diddy and Casey and makes fun of possible reasons for P. Diddy to chase Casey. In another...
The Antichrist? I feel like... you know what? I mean, this is, yeah.
The song Fuel, he brings up the lawsuit and insinuates that P. Diddy tried to have Tupac's alleged murderer killed. In another song, Bad One, Eminem raps about P. Diddy possibly blowing up Kid Cudi's car.
What?
It hit such a nerve that P. Diddy demanded a public apology from Eminem. He believed that the rapper had gone way too far and was doing more damage to his reputation in light of the new developments. Well, he's not wrong, because Eminem's fan base outnumbers any other rapper, and they tend to be loyal and hang on to their every word. Especially when it comes to the disturbing life behind the scenes in the music industry and Hollywood world, people trust that Eminem isn't just making this up. All these allegations seem to stem from a
I don't think he's bullshitting either. I don't think he's like making it up. Now, somebody could have lied to him. He might not have the right information. But man,
and P. Diddy came off as a powerful icon in the industry. This speaks to the intimidation and manipulations used to keep all those people quiet. In 1999, certain testimonies indicate that P. Diddy got away with a shootout in a club. At the same time, P. Diddy and his then girlfriend...
This guy is the only guy that you can be like, there's like one sentence, oh yeah, there's also a shooting in a club that he got away with. Like, and this is a 19-minute video, bro. Like, I remember when, you know, like there was some Michael Jackson stuff back in the day. And, you know, there was like a whole documentary about the Neverland thing. And then it was like R. Kelly happened. And like R. Kelly had like a whole Netflix season. Bro, this dude is the new whole Game of Thrones. Like, you need multiple seasons to go through all of this. Like, I thought R. Kelly was like, that's really bad. You got a bunch of episodes. Yeah, you got spin-offs. Yeah, you got Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, House of the Dragon. Yeah, like you got you have a movie for this too. What the fuck, man? Yeah, 50 Cent's got his work cut out for him. This is insane. MG was debunked years ago. Look, I love Michael Jackson. I also think that he was mostly innocent. I agree. But like at the end of the day, it's like he dead and it's literally dead and buried, right? And so what I'm saying though is like, but at the time, a lot of people, it was a contentious point, right? It's very contentious. This is nuts.
Our friend J. Lo went to the club and got into an altercation with Matthew Scar Allen. P. Diddy knocked a drink out of Matthew's hand, which sparked the violence, where P. Diddy threw money in his face as a sign of disrespect. As it got heated, both of them drew their guns and fired into the crowd. 3 victims survived to tell the tale, but one victim in particular stands out. Now, Tanya Rubin reports that she saw P. Diddy do the shooting while Sheen shot into the ceiling. She herself was shot in the face, and her testimony has not wavered since.
I watched them both fire their guns. I watched them, and that is exactly how I sit here today. Because some thug criminal with an attitude and an ego that was outside of control decided he was going to fire a gun in a crowded nightclub and shot me in my face.
She was so adamant about it that she offered to get bullet fragments removed from her skull to use as forensic evidence. However,
How's she still alive? I mean, if I had to guess, probably because it's right there. And that's probably why she parts her hair that way. Yeah. That's what I would assume.
About it that she offered to get bullet fragments removed from her skull to use as forensic evidence. However, P. Diddy was once again acquitted, with Shane taking the fall, being sentenced to 10 years in prison. Pulling the strings behind the scenes once again, and P. Diddy got away scot-free. This was even brought up in Rodney's suit, as P. Diddy would tell him that he even got away with shooting people and would display his guns to instill fear to keep Rodney silent and
well, and that's the thing, is that he was right. He did get away with it.
All right, boys, I just joined the server.
Jesus Christ, Sleepy Joe, about time?
Let's go, I just found diamonds.
What? No way, turn off your x-ray, you stupid moron.
Oh, guys, I just found a sign that says...
about P. Diddy's life, the more these testimonies start to line up a very dark picture of what it takes to actually succeed.
Will you be my owner? I was there. She saw him, the handsome horse. Do you want a car? I don't believe this. I don't believe this is a real game.
This is the right way to do this. When I grab that fly swatter, what do I do? Fly, fly, pat that thing down, turn that thing down, hump that thing down, grab that wheel, beat the hoe, beat the hoe, beat the... This is the right...
This is the game? How is this real? No, no, this is too much, guys. Will you be my owner?
Mushroom.
Mushroom. mushroom,
In the celebrity culture and how truly powerful the people pulling the strings really are. P. Diddy just seems to be the tip of the iceberg. Just one guy who was so clumsy.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I will be shocked if anything beats this. I cannot imagine something that is more insane than this is. Just wait, and that's the thing. That's the thing, right? Epstein is close? No. Epstein is so undefined. We don't know a lot of the stuff that happened with Epstein. This is totally different. Man. Waiting room for Jay-Z drop? I mean, like, this, like, dude, this is nuts, man. It's unreal. Like, I really, like, I honestly just... I cannot imagine something being worse than this, because this, to me, it's like, again, it feels like it's not even real. It's like Grand Theft Auto or something. You can't even believe it.
Made so many obvious mistakes and became so hated by the industry that he's finally now being exposed. But who knows how many other people are out there doing the exact same thing or even worse. But soon another two victims would come forward. This time the model Crystal McKinney, who claimed she met P. Diddy in 2003 at a fashion event. He found her attractive and offered to help her with her career. And once he had her at his studio, he gave her alcohol and offered her laced marijuana, stating, "You've never had weed like this before."
Yeah, I bet. No, I think so. Chappelle was right, even in his skits back then. What makes sweeter is Trump getting exposed? You think is P. Diddy going to release the names of everybody involved? I feel like the names are already going to get released no matter what. Because there's so many other victims and so many people that have come forward, and it's already been made so public that even if you kill one person, it's like a hydra at this point. Like, you can't stop this because there's too many people that know about it. Yeah, and also keep in mind, a good dozen people immediately left their position and retired the moment that all this went public. Obama's going down. I don't think so.
She was very intoxicated, and P. Diddy took her into a bathroom and forced her to perform some certain acts. Later on, she woke up in a cab, but luckily remembered what had happened, and she kept her clothes in plastic if they were ever needed for forensics. But because of his power, she only filed the lawsuit in May of 2024. April Lamprose is another victim of a much older but longer case. In 1994, she would meet P. Diddy, as he offered to mentor her in pursuing a fashion career. However, this would turn into a lawsuit of 4 incidents where P. Diddy would sexually assault her over the next 6 or 7 years.
Jesus.
If she refused his advances, he would go berserk, which almost made her feel obliged. P. Diddy then taped it all without her knowledge and had shown these clips to others.
That's the reason why. He recorded fucking everything. Did you hear 50 Cent's gonna make a series about this? Yeah. Yeah, this is insane. Steve Harvey's wife filed for divorce the day this happened. That's interesting. Really interesting. Wow. I hope it's. I like Steve Harvey. I'll be real sad. I'll be real sad.
Like he had the power to ruin her career in an instant, so she always had to be careful. After a few years, she bumped into him again. This time he apologized for his behavior, but then fell straight back into his old tricks to lure her in. The indictment revealed that P. Diddy also threatened his victims,
100%.
including by threatening to expose the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of freak-offs, if the woman didn't comply with his demands. Kidnapping, also one of the charges, was briefly mentioned in a joking manner in a Conan interview with P. Diddy, where he says, quote, "I don't know if you guys have noticed this, a lot of ladies drink water at parties. They just, you know, so if you don't have what they need, they're gonna leave. You need locks on the doors." And
What? Oh my God. Like, I hope this trial will be on TV. Honestly, I don't think it's going to be. I think this is like so dark and like so fucked up that there's like no shot they record this.
Doors. And while the crowd laughs at the time, it's only in hindsight do we realize how disturbing this statement truly was.
I don't know if guys have noticed this, like a lot of ladies drink water at parties. They just, you know, so you have, if you don't have what they need, they're gonna leave.
Right.
Gotta keep them there.
Right.
You need locks on the doors.
Which is why last week on...
That's crazy. That's crazy funny. Well, the thing is that like a lot of people, like everybody, that's bro.
September 16th, 2024, P. Diddy was finally arrested at a hotel in Manhattan on charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and transportation to engage in prostitution. His lawyers claimed he intended to hand himself in, but wasn't awarded the chance. He also claimed that he had handed over his passport, but it was cleverly worded as he had only handed it over to his lawyer, not the federal government.
Oh, right.
The reason this is important is because he was trying to show that he was not a flight risk, and therefore able to be released on bail. If P. Diddy did try to leave the country, it would turn into a nightmare of trying to get him back. However, his lawyer would have discouraged this. Still, it didn't matter because the judge denied his bail. His lawyer then appealed bail on the 18th of September, offering $50 million, which was again denied. And P. Diddy is now facing up to life in prison should he be convicted of the long list of charges.
That's it?
Including forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. P. Diddy
I feel like that's not even the tip of the iceberg. That's like nothing. Yeah, that's it?
As a team tried to silence many witnesses with bribes. But while his life went from expensive cars and parties with some of the most rich and famous pop stars in mansions and hotels, he's now confined to 4 walls of a prison cell, waking people up to how disturbing this Hollywood industry truly is. It's also known that the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, where he's currently being detained, is known to be hell on earth. It's the same prison that housed R. Kelly, who faced very similar charges, and Mr. Jeffrey was also a former inmate before he was found dead. Since the
Uh-oh. Yeah, he did say he was suicide. That's crazy. Wow. Man, how about that?
Second appeal of bail was denied. P. Diddy has been put on an S-watch. His lawyers have said that they'll fight this with all they have, as they believe he's innocent. But it's believed that the defense attorneys have an airtight case and are very confident that their investigation findings will secure a guilty verdict. Regardless of the outcome, his career is completely over. He's been exposed for all the vile stuff, and now the truth just seems to keep on unraveling.
This is
all his
nuts.
business colleagues and former friends have done everything they can to distance themselves from him.
Yeah,
it appears
bet.
that Usher's deleted a bunch of tweets to get some distance, and even though he claims he didn't do
He got
this,
hacked.
it does seem very suspicious, and nobody really believes him. But many celebrities are too scared to even speak out against P. Diddy, and some might fear the footage the feds have that could implicate them. It's been reported that Justin Bieber is so shocked by the crimes of P. Diddy that he's unwilling to talk about it. And after all the videos of him and Justin...
Man, bro, this shit is... This is so fucking dark, bro. Like, this is nuts. Yeah, like, this is... What the
Bieber
fuck?
surfaced back online, it's said that Justin's completely shut down, and you can only imagine some awful things have happened behind the scenes that we'll never truly know about. Justin, who once looked up to and admired the music mogul, now regrets collaborating with P. Diddy on his latest album, and there's probably way more to it than just that. More information has also been leaked about how P. Diddy funded Bad Boy Records by drugging his guests with food and drinks. And
The thing is, though, like, what I bet probably happened, like, this is what I think probably happened, because this seems like what he did with his kids, is that he probably groomed Justin into doing bad shit, too, and has him on recording of doing that bad shit. But he probably groomed him into that even as he was a teenager. That's what I bet probably happened. Usher, too? Yeah. I mean, you're going to do it to your own kids. You, of course, would do it to somebody else. Or did something to him? No, I think both. I think, like, whether P. Diddy did something to him or not, like, that's a foregone. Like, we know that happened. For sure that happened. Not for sure, but, like, 99% sure. Is that they're using the victims against other victims? Yeah, exactly. That way use it, like, turn the victims into your accomplices so they can never rat you out. And, like, what do you think the odds are that he does that? I'd say 100%. Absolutely. This dude's a psycho. Absolutely, he would do that. Do you think Diddy was taught this, or is he just a solo act? It's impossible to know. I don't know. P. Diddy was probably... Yeah, maybe he was also a victim, like, at the beginning. Yeah, exactly, right? I don't know.
Filming orgies to blackmail the elite's high-profile guests. Castle Black made the claim and said he had been waiting to come out with the truth about his knowledge of the matter.
Wait, his
But no
name's
matter what,
Castle Black?
this entire scandal should really highlight how disturbing the celebrity world really is, how there's power brokers pulling strings behind the scenes, controlling everyone in the industry, and if you don't fall in line, you can easily be blackmailed, which makes it so that it's almost impossible to know what's really going on. But with more clues like this, people are starting to wake up to how truly awful the celebrity industry truly is.
This is insane, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, this shit is outrageous. Seems very plausible. Yeah, like, what the fuck? I'll link y'all the video. Like, this shit, like, yeah, give it a like. Like, this is fucking insane, man. Like, yeah. We need the names? No, they're gonna put out a lot of names. I guarantee you they're gonna put out names for this. This video's soft, and like, no, this video was from a bit ago. Yeah, and now it's getting even worse. It's like every day this shit gets worse. That creepy video of him with a teenager is worse. It'll give you shivers. Like, this dude is like, I don't even know what to say.
The California governor statewide polls, sample size 2012 registered voters. This is a big poll. Steve Hilton leading by 19% over Katie Porter. It's tight with her until you factor in those people who can't quite make up their minds.
Especially whenever you have all the LGBTQ stuff going on right now. Yeah. Do you think we'll see a woman president or first LGBT president first? I think woman president's much more likely. I do. You've got to keep in mind that like gay marriage got legalized in like 2015 or something, and women have been able to vote for almost 100 years. So no, and I do think also, again, and this follows voting as well, because like black men were able to vote before white women were.
As undecided, you say there's about 30% of the electorate out there that hasn't made up their minds. Then the gap between you and Katie Porter gets greater. You factor in Kamala Harris, Katie Porter falls to third place, and you and Kamala are battling it out. So talk to me. I don't know that those candidates that I'm looking at here are attacking any of the things that we're reporting on.
No.
I mean, everything that Emily just set up, I don't see it coming from them.
No, and the interesting thing is that we've had 15 years now of one-party rule in California, and the results are there. It's the worst results on everything that matters, the highest housing costs. I could go on all hour about everything that's gone wrong, but of course what people want is someone to put things right, a positive change, and I think that's what people are responding to, and what's encouraging. Look, it's very early. You know, the election is next June. We've barely begun campaigning, but what's really clear is that I'm there as the leading challenger, which whatever the scenario is, whether it's Kamala Harris or Katie Porter, any of these people, I'm the leading challenger to this 15 years of one-party rule. By the way, it'll be a big thing for the country if we can save California. We're the fourth biggest economy in the world. Imagine how far we could power.
It's actually crazy how big California is. I mean, California is the biggest economy in the entire country for sure. It has the most people in it also. So, like, that's one of the really big reasons why it's important that California doesn't totally turn into a fucking a PvP server, right? Do you think Republicans have a shot at winning California? I don't think so. I actually don't. I don't think so. I don't think things have gotten bad enough. Like, I mean, that's my honest answer is no. But I think that it will trend in that direction. But who knows what's going to happen in like 5 years, right? I have no idea. Or 10 years. Give it 10 more years at most, maybe, right?
Again, with real positive leadership.
Well, it's also just bringing sanity back to California and the country. And what happened at these farms in California, these pot farms, is the definition of insanity. And it gives you a perspective on the Democrat Party's worldview where heroes are villains and villains are heroes. Let's look at the play-by-play. So on July 10th, you have ICE and other federal authorities go and raid these pot farms. They arrest at least 360 illegal aliens, 14 children they found that they were worried about that have been rescued from potential exploitation, forced labor, and human trafficking. 10 were unaccompanied. And then, by the way, some of these individuals they arrested, guess what they've been convicted of? You've got rape, child molestation, kidnapping during the operation, according to DHS. So instead of saying, hey, look, that's really good, right? Let's praise ICE officials for saving these children. Rescuing these children. What happened?
No, so some of these people, like, it's crazy that it even happens. It really is. Like, I can't even believe this shit.
You had hundreds go in protest, including, attacking federal agents, firing a gun at a federal agent, and then you have a congressman accused of doxing one of the ICE agents as well on top of it. And then, oh, by the way, just to sum it all up, the owner of the pot farm donated.
Well, how's somebody convicted of rape and a DUI and they're not in jail? I mean, because these are like, this is kind of what I was saying before is like, if these people are convicted and nothing happens to them, like this is like these are federal laws, right? I mean, like raping people, like these are federal charges in a lot of these cases. How is it that nothing ever happens? Like, and this is the reason why also I think that they have a justification to just cut all the funding, because like they're not following the federal law.
To Democrats.
Yeah.
Does that not tell you everything about today's Democrat Party and what's wrong with this party?
And Rosanna, we've seen polls just recently that reflect that the majority of Americans across the board now support illegal immigration deportation in addition to those with criminal records. So the fact that you have these state officials that are refusing to work with ICE officials, that are straight up obstructing the federal government in their execution of these duties that were a mandate by the American people, and you contrast that with the will of the people, it's horrifying.
I mean, you look at Mayor Bass, right? She's offering gift cards out. She's not saying exactly how much is on those gift cards. She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
Wow.
By the way, like, yeah, that's kind of a good point. Like, you don't even know how much money is going to be on the card. What the fuck? Like, aren't you supposed to be in charge of this? You don't even know what's going on. Pam Bondi is right to arrest a lot of people in the government. She plays defense, not offense. She's terrible. Yeah, I think so. And that's really what the problem is that judges and DAs need to be visited by the same people they willingly let loose among the citizenry. No, I just think they need to be arrested. It's very simple. Like, if they're letting these people loose and they're doing this, then why aren't they being recused or recalled? Because that's really what I would do.
Harris, do you think she doesn't know? She knows she's giving out.
Like, if they're letting these people loose and they're doing this, then why aren't they being recused or recalled? Because that's really what I would do.
Harris, do you think she doesn't know? She knows she's giving out gift cards, but she doesn't know how much is on the gift cards. Another way to keep some of those people, you know, hidden. And the city of Los Angeles, $1 billion in debt.
Amazing. And she's handing out free money to people who are illegally here.
And Stephen, then let's not forget about the people that were, you know, ravaged by the wildfires. I'm not talking about the celebrities. They'll be fine. I'm sure their insurance will work at some point. But there were real working class neighborhoods that were there for generations after generations that need help. Where are they? Nothing's been done in those areas, Steve.
See, that's what's crazy to me about it, is that, like, she's giving this money out to people that are just, like, not even, they're afraid of having the federal law enforced on them. And you're using resources to help them instead of helping the people who had their house burned down. Think about how ridiculous that is. That's crazy. The amount of obstruction of ICE, doxing, 20K officers. I mean, like, again, the reason, how do you prove that, do you need to prove that you're illegal? How do you need to prove you have taxpayer support? I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, California and Oregon are both sanctuary states. I get my updates and device about ICE agent locations through local Google News. Well, yeah, but I mean, like, again, like if the federal government was aggressive enough, they could make that stuff happen. But I think that, and this is one of the reasons why I'm very frustrated with them, is that I don't think that they are extreme and aggressive enough towards especially institutions and people in high political positions. I think I actually think that the American public wants to see governors go to jail. I think they want to see big companies have, like, their board of directors get arrested. I think they want to see that happen. And I think Trump should give the people what they want. Yes, I do. Exactly. Like, yeah, the mayors, like these people, like the police chiefs that are letting this happen. Exactly. Fuck yeah, accountability. Like, I think people want legitimate, and I think that really, if you look at how angry and how vitriolic everybody is about the Epstein situation, I think that really goes to prove what I'm saying. People are tired of it. They're tired of it at a large scale. And I actually think that if you did.
What happens when a challenger jungler gets autofilled in an iron lobby and instead of being given his role, gets egoed out of it by a bronze player and then spends the next 30 minutes getting flamed by his entire team? Instead of telling you, I'll show you. There is no feeling on this planet like 1v9ing a game on Hecarim, none. Nothing even comes close. When you feel like Hecarim has a good build, and you're just sitting there and you're 1v9ing every fucking game no matter what, it's like there is literally nothing like that. There's no way we get filled. Yo! Okay, yo. Bro, there's no way we're getting filled, is there? Dude, no, jungler, please. I am smurfing. Bro, there is no shot. There is no way. No. Jungler, please. No. Bro, he declined. Bro, please, bro, please. I'm begging you. No, bro, I am not playing mid. Dude, please. No, please. This guy's gotta be fucking kidding me. I am a streamer. I am challenger. I am begging you. We free win this. Dude, no way. Oh, what the fuck? That's what? No, dude. No, you guys have agents. No, there are agents on Riot that want the free skin right now. This is not normal. Challenger but can't lane bum. Dude, oh god. Okay, whatever. Okay, well, first game of the day, I guess we're playing Kennen, guys. I guess we're playing fucking Kennen. And I know what some of you are thinking. You're like, why are you playing Kennen? Trust me, my Kennen is 1v9. I know it sounds crazy, right? And it's because it is. But my Kennen is like actually 1v9. Oh, this is not believable though. Wow. Holy fucking shit. Viego mid? No, listen, I'm telling you, my Kennen is so fucking clean. Like, it actually is. I got ego by Bronze 4! No way! Dude, no way! No! We're starting in Iron! No, guys. Wait, guys, I am literally in a Bronze Iron lobby. Guys, I actually can't believe this. I actually can't believe it. I got egoed by Magic Don Juan. Pay up. No, it's not pay up. We're not gonna lose this one. This cannon is fuck. Dude, dude, there's no way this is the bronze experience, right? What the fuck is happening? Listen up, Timo. I got a bone to pick with you. You banned the Dinger. We have an Iron 3 Garen 1-trick with a 29% win rate on Garen top lane right now. Holy shit. My jungler is bronze with 700 games, and he's a fucking Vanguard player. Dude. Oh, God. Okay, guys, you guys mind if I end the challenge? Can I end it early? Is that fine with everyone? Okay, whatever. Little do these guys know, I'm literally like the king of laning with Kennen. Wait, I'm actually gonna kill this Ari. Wait. Oh my god. Wait, I actually have an idea. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Okay, no, this is actually wild. Dude, what the fuck is happening? This Kennen is fucked. GG already. Reported mid, what a troll. Okay, am I getting stream sniped? Is that what it is? Which one of you is it? Oh god, this is actually fucked up. Fuck. I mean, the only thing is that if I go for her, she could actually solo kill me. I'm not even kidding. She would just need to land her charm. But maybe if I use my other... Oh, well. Getting hit by that Q is not a good idea. Jesus Christ. Nice. See, the only thing is that I would be worried about resetting, but this guy's literally bronze. Like, there's no way I get solo killed by a bronze player, you know what I mean? Oh, I thought I had electrocute up there. Dude, why is my Janna pinging me? Wait, guys, why am I getting spam pinged by the stream sniping Janna? Is this guy serious? But yeah, no, I don't know. This game is looking a little crazy so far. Wait, why is there Timo mid now? You know, it's funny because I want to say imagine laning against a challenger player, but after seeing I got hard stuck D4 on ADC, it's like I don't know if I can consider anything besides jungle challenger. Okay. Wow. Okay, let's pretend that didn't happen. I know I just got killed by Mex Boom, but I think it's fine. I just didn't go for some good electrocute trades and we're gonna be fine. All we need is a few good electrocute trades. Ooh, not bad at all. What? Was that because of Scorch? Wait, could I get a field goal Q on him here? No. No. No, I'm pretty sure I actually killed him here. I'm not kidding. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, fuck. Wait, I can actually kill this guy. Well, I mean, that was actually close. I'm not gonna lie. Is your first time playing mid? No. Well, listen, kind of. So for anyone that's been following me for years, like years I'm talking about, you'll know that I was actually once a Hecker mid and top lane player. So it's like, back in the day, I used to actually play Hecker mid before I actually went to jungle. And I peaked at like 300 LP. Wait, the enemy Hecker has Berserker's Greaves. Wow, okay. that is crazy. Guys, this is really the elo we're playing in right now, isn't it? Wow. That is actually wild. Dude, am I laning against Faker? What the fuck was that? I mean, I could just trade autos with him. I can soul kill him in like 3 seconds with my ult up. And then soon I want to play for Rome. Oh no! Yeah, I'm getting stream sniped. This dude, you cannot tell me this guy doesn't have my stream open right now. This cannon is feeding. Report him, guys. What the fuck is this? Nice. Okay, so we get that kill for free, and now I should be able to just run out the team on one-shot him. But I want to get this this before. I feel like, guys, I'm not even kidding. Kennen is so broken. Watch this. Oh, nice. Shitting on the bronze player. Anyways. Let me just sit on a needlessly large rod. I mean, I'd low-key be down to go for a flank. Okay, well, I mean, he's just gonna kill them. Wow, okay. Nice, and I'm getting flamed by my Iron Janna. That's fucking beautiful. Why not? Yeah, I don't think Akram was expecting that damage. I'm gonna be real with you guys, it ain't looking bad though. The only thing is, like, I want to play for reset, but I feel like the issue is that if I'm not active on the map, I'm just gonna end up losing this game. Like, I don't know, my Janna is just like actually mental. And then now my Jarvan is mad that he got 3 mad, so he's spamming 3 in chat. Cool. Alright guys, well, we're playing in mental patient elo. Cool. I feel like we'll just get Sork Shoes here. And then I'll look for a roam ball with my ults up, because this should be a free double kill. If I don't 1v9 this game, I'm actually just going to straight blues, by the way. Woo! Alright, there we go. That's what we fucking needed. We've been on my fucking massive... I mean, if he comes up to trade with me here... Guys, what if I told you I have the 2nd highest CS in an Iron lobby right now? Would you guys be impressed or would you be disappointed? Be honest. We can honestly look for the Sacrum kill. Is he gonna be on Grom? Maybe he's on this one? Nice! Very good. I mean, I have my ult up. I kind of want to look for a play here. Nah, I'm a fucking moron for playing it like that. I mean, I griefed it, but it's fine. Honestly, it's fine. Because now what we can do is we can get this and we're going to be
People rigging Steam reviews. What a surprise.
So I've got a question for you. Can you trust Steam reviews anymore? Can you trust the Steam AI disclosure? You'd like to think that you can.
I mean, you can trust it. I mean, you probably better than most things. I mean, but you can never trust anything 100%.
But today, we've got this story. One where two games from, when you follow the whole chain, billion-dollar companies just broke Steam's biggest rules. I mean, one of them should be pretty much one of the biggest rules, review manipulation. And so far, these companies are getting away with it. And if Valve don't solve this, it will open the floodgates to behavior that, at least in one case with the reviews, would completely ruin trust on the platform. So basically, what if a Steam review was about as trustworthy as an Amazon one? Don't think that's the Steam that you and I want to use. Also, here's something you'll find interesting that I just found out using Ground News, who are today's sponsor.
I think that, by the way, I do think that reviews, like submitting fake reviews and then having people put in fake reviews, at this point now, they've been made illegal in a number of places in the world. So companies can be held legally liable for putting out in the world, so companies can be held legally liable for putting out fake reviews.
You know the Screen Actors Guild strike in gaming? Well, they just reached a tentative deal that's ending the year-long video game strike. But what's interesting is watching how outlets spin it differently. Ground News here shows 98 sources covering the story, and the framing is all over the map. Some outlets lead saying strike suspended, others emphasize that it's a tentative agreement, which is a little bit more optimistic. And here's another bit that caught my eye. UK outlets are calling the AI stuff a direct threat to the industry, but the US-centered sources, they're focusing more on the AI protections being secured. Essentially, it's kind of like same deal, but different narratives, different framings about whether voice actors won or just got a okay compromise. You also can see the bias breakdown. It tells its own story. 63% center coverage, but only 5 right-leaning sources touched
Nobody
this.
talked about it right wing
When a major labor news story gets ignored by one side of the spectrum, that's you not being served. That's you missing out on part of the conversation.
Devs will literally 5-star their own games via friends and family. Yeah, but like that's like such a drop in the bucket. That's not something to really worry about. Like it's the systematic manipulation. Like, I mean, it's same as like, you know, like view botting, for example. Oh, wow, somebody has their stream open on 2 other computers, so they have 3 viewers instead of 1. Like, yeah, obviously, like, you shouldn't do that. But at the same time, it's not really worth investing resources and time into preventing that from happening.
And that's one example of why I rely on Ground News's Vantage plan. There's so much else as well. I mean, here I can see 98% high factuality or above ratings for the sources. I can compare how the different outlets package the same facts. And all that helps me catch what your usual sources may end up skipping on. And once you're set up, say by adding the entertainment and gaming pages, you can just get ahead of industry news and actually see the big picture. So go to ground.news/Bellular, and that's where you'll get 40% off unlimited access with the Vantage plan. That's what I use. That's the best deal that you'll get. And the link to get it is just down below in the video description. All right, I've first got to set the scene before we get to
talking about 5-star games we're talking about? Yeah, exactly.
So on Steam, right, usually rule breakers kind of get nuked. I mean, here's an example from February where users flagged a game called Pirate Fi. And as it turns out, it was just riddled with what they suspected was malware. So that happened. 4 days after the game launched, Steam killed its store page. Then they reviewed everything, and 2 days after that, users who ran the game in their machine got warning emails about potential risks. And this is an example of things going right. You see, Rule 9 of Steam onboarding states that you should not distribute malware. Shocking thing.
Wow.
But here, a clear violation led to a very clear...
Well, then how is it possible that they were able to release Dragon Age Veilguard?
Result, as was the case with this other story where an entire publisher's library was pulled because they were essentially churning out endless fake games designed to manipulate Steam's trading card economy. Kind of crazy stuff. And we've seen instances of individual devs being whacked for trolling, for ban evasion, and if you're an angry dev who decides to tweet a death threat to Gabe Newell, yeah, you will be
What the fuck did you expect? Duh!
Be taken out on Steam. Now, in every example here, it's a very clear pattern,
and it's what
we would all want. The rule is broken, Valve finds out, they take action, and there you go, everything is good, the platform is healthy. But here's the thing, those examples were mostly smaller teams, mostly indies. This week, though, we've got 2 listed companies breaking Steam's rules. This sort of thing has happened before. Remember the whole discussion about the in-game advertisements and how a whole bunch of companies were essentially just kind of flying in under the radar,
and then they
being
made a rule
unpunished?
about it. That stopped immediately.
Think today's situation is even worse. First up today, we got Nexon, and they're no stranger to controversy, like, say, the MapleStory lawsuits, the Dark and Darker lawsuits, but now it's their abuse of Steam reviews. And I think this is one we should be absolutely scathing and clear about, because it's goddamn ridiculous. So here's how it went down. Last week, Blue Archive launched in Steam. And if you've got no idea what Blue Archive is...
Well, you know exactly what it is. There are 4 girls in this photo. They're all anime girls, and 3 out of the 4 girls have cat ears. We know what it is already.
Good for you. You're free. But so you're not confused, it's a huge gacha game. It's been going for a few years. I think 4, very popular in mobile, and now it's on PC. And it seems to be doing real well. 91% positive reviews from 8,524 users. Pretty damn good. Now, say you're a connoisseur of the whole collectible girls plus concept genre of game, so all the gacha games, you'd probably think the Blue Archive is just as good as this gacha darling. And take a look at this particular YouTube video. It serves as a good example.
I played Unamase Pretty Derby because it has 96% positive reviews on Steam.
The title is I played Musashi Pretty Derby because it had 96% positive reviews. Now, what if you saw a similarly titled video but about Blue Archive saying 91% reviews? You'd probably think it's really good. But here's the thing. While those reviews look similar, you would be wrong to trust them because there's a key difference. Cygames are not breaking Steam's rules, but Nexon is.
What?
See, to celebrate Blue Archive's PC launch, Nexon created celebration events. There's a fan art contest for currency or Steam gift cards, social media raffle for currency, and then there's the big problem. A Steam review event, where basically all users get in-game gifts once Steam hits a target number of reviews. Negative or positive?
If the total number of Blue Archive reviews written on the Steam page reaches the target amount, you'll receive event gifts.
Doesn't matter, it's just the number of reviews.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Steam's rules for user reviews are crystal clear. I will quote them. Don't attempt to abuse or artificially manipulate the review system. Don't solicit reviews in exchange for any
Seems pretty fucking simple, huh?
DLC money or other rewards. Absolutely
They
clear
asked
cut.
for total, though, not positive? That's not what it says in the rules.
Those rules are being broken.
Undeniable.
And it does kind of make sense why they would
100%.
try it. I mean, review manipulation is completely commonplace on mobile stores. It's one of the reasons why so many of those games have massively inflated review scores, by the way.
Yep.
Not actually that good. But of course it's done for a reason. The good reviews look good. They encourage early adoption. They make something spread more. But of course, on Steam, unlike the mobile stores, it is explicitly against the rules.
I think Steam should just take the game off the list. Just take it off the list, period. Just kick it off Steam. I mean, like, Blue Archive, like, I mean, realistically, if you look at, like, I mean, how popular is this game, really? It's 12,000 players. Who cares? It's not like it's a big game. It's too much money. No, it's not. No, it's not. Steam is like a multi-billion billion company. It's not too much money. They already stopped the campaign. I think they should just, in my opinion, if I was Steam, I would just ban the game.
Now, Nexon is worth a hell of a lot of money. They're a big company, and they're even worth a lot of money to Valve, and that means
they can't sue. It's so obvious. It's so blatantly stated that they broke the rules. It's not even a question.
There's a real simple question here. How much does Valve value their own rules? How much do they value that? Will they make an example out of this game? What will they actually do? Because the rules are being broken. And if the rule is broken and you do nothing, people will question the rule.
Exactly.
And this
more
brings
people will
me
break the
to
rules.
Today's second defendant. The Alters is the new game from 11-bit. You probably know 11-bit from Frostpunk. And the good news is, it's a great game. It's 86% on OpenCritic, 88% on Steam, and that's all from real non-Blue Archive reviews.
Wow.
Which is nice. The problem is 11-bit's mistake with false representation of generative AI. So here's essentially what happened, right? A user noticed that background art contained an AI prompt. It was a bunch of code, but one of the lines was basically the prompt. Now, this was a small asset. It was the kind of thing that basically would normally be covered by lorem ipsum text. So basically, some AI-generated placeholder stuff, and in this case, they basically used AI to generate some technobabble stuff, but then they left it in. And look, if they didn't notice that, and that was the reason why they didn't use the disclosure on Steam, I suppose that would have been kind of understandable. But it actually turns out it's not just that, because something else happened. Non-English users noticed some.
I think that generative AI is probably in a lot more games than what people can realize. And the only reason why it's not being called out more is because it's so good that people don't notice it. Do you really think that these companies aren't using generative AI when it's such a good tool and such a good system? Why would they not do that? As long as people disclose it, nobody cares. I think that why should a company have to disclose that they're using generative AI? What's the logic that they should have to disclose that? There is no logic. Yeah, exactly. It's just people don't like AI, and so they're simply trying to. The reason why is that they hope that by creating this distinction, they can further alienate and isolate AI products and separate them from the market. That's the reason why they're pushing for it. It's the Steam rules. I know that, but why is it a rule? I understand it's a rule, and I understand you have to follow the rules. I get that, and they should have done that. But, like, let's go a step further than that.
Something altogether different. Those same prompts appeared in
transparency. I don't understand this. So, like, why should somebody need to be transparent about this versus, like, having a video game developed in, like, a certain country, or like, let's say you outsource part of your video game development to a certain country. Do you have to disclose that also? Why is why is generative AI something that people deserve disclosure for, but not other forms of business practices? Why is that? It's because customers care, but I don't think that they do. I think that it's a very small amount of people that are trying to artificially increase the amount of negativity towards AI in the hopes that maybe that will cause them not to lose their job. I think that the majority of the AI hate is completely artificial.
Titles on some of the in-game movies. Now, when called out for this issue, 11-bit did confirm that both things were true, that the art was indeed placeholder text that wasn't removed, but that the subtitles was actually deliberate. And here's how they explain it. It's late in development for their game, and the team decides to implement these movies. But they have a problem, and that problem is localization. Their localization partner would not be able to get that stuff done in time. And that essentially meant that with the time...
Why would you want to pay somebody for localization if you could just have AI do it? It's stupid. Like, what a stupid premise. Of course you're going to use AI. It's a better tool, and it does a better job.
That 11-bit could either ship no subtitles for them, or they could translate them in-house with the resources that they had. Where clearly, of course, they just went to using chatbots for that, which is kind of understandable. Yeah. A language model is pretty good at translating language. Obviously,
most AI stole art. I don't really think that you can say AI, like, I don't have any sort of unique anger at AI for stealing art when I look at people that copy shit all the time. Like, there are so many games that are blatant copies of other games. And am I supposed to look at that and be like, that's okay, but when AI does it, it's bad? That's just, it's not logical. It doesn't make any sense to me. If the problem is that something that you're making and producing is derivative of another product, then logically every form of derivative behavior would be viewed the same way. But it's not. AI is viewed in this unique way that it's a unique evil, even though other companies do the exact same thing. Aren't you conflating inspiration and copying? In some ways I am, because functionally they're the same thing. AI is functionally using another piece of media in order to inform and create its media. Okay? Developers and artists do that all the time. I don't see a big difference here. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Not as good as a proper creative localization job, but you get the point. They went to that technology. Now, they say that this was only 0.3% of the overall text in the game, and so they decided to just make that call, to use the chatbots so that they could have the subtitles.
Yeah, sure.
Now, in their statement, they acknowledge that the wrong call was made, and they say that they should have simply let you know. Yeah, duh, they should have.
Yeah.
But not just because it's the right thing to do.
It's also Steam rules.
They should have because they need to. See, Steam has got generative AI disclosure rules.
I think that Steam, by the way, I think that they're right to have these rules right now. And the reason why, even though I think the rules are stupid, is because of legal liability. The reason why they have these rules is because of legal liability. Because there's nobody knows where, like, legally AI is going to stand.
And the rule states, pre-generated, any kind of content created with the help of AI tools during development. So clearly 11-bit also broke Steam's rules.
Yes.
And to be clear, Steam's definition as it stands is pretty damn broad. So if your game is using AI services during development, that's something you've got to disclose, seemingly, you know, whether it makes it to the final product or not. It's broad as hell, but that's the wording of the rule. So 11-bit may have intended to do this and then replace the content, but they launched without the disclosure that they needed. And as of the time of writing, there is still no disclosure. Now sure, if they put that disclosure there, maybe they would have lost a few sales on the launch of the game, or something like that. But I've got to imagine that audience trust and not breaking Steam's rules, those things...
Well, Steam has an obligation. Like, if I was Steam, what I would do is I would offer refunds to everybody who bought the game. I would say that it doesn't matter how long you played the game. If you want to refund the game, you can refund the game. Because, like, again, and the reason why you do that, and you, no, it's very simple. Steam is a service, and when people use Steam's service and they misuse it, and they take advantage of the customers that Steam has, you know who gets the phone call? Steam does. Steam has to deal with the bad PR from this, not the developer. That's the reason why. They've effectively made a sale on a false premise. They said that they were doing something. They didn't say they were doing something that they were supposed to disclose. You've made a sale on a false premise. When you make a sale on a false premise, then a refund is in order. It's that simple. What if you bought the game, say, a year ago? That doesn't matter to me. It was a bad faith sale, and it was done based off of inaccurate information. That's it. It's actually such a simple idea.
Most certainly be higher. So that's our two naughty games companies. Now, in a way, this could all just seem like tattling to the teacher, you know? Gabe, these developers are doing a terrible thing in your platform. Yeah. No, it's not.
No, it is tattling, and we need to keep tattling, because if they do it and they get away with it, more people are going to do it, and more people are going to get away with it, and then the system becomes worse over time. Reviews become less trusted, and it becomes gamified by malicious actors that want to manipulate people out of their money, which reduces the quality of the products that we get on Steam, and it also reduces the quality of Steam as a product itself. Absolutely, this is an issue.
There's a reason why I bring all of this up. You see, in both cases, there have been no consequences.
This game looks okay.
has not retracted their overt review manipulation campaign. 11-bit have not updated their store page. How little effort would it take to update the store page? I mean, come on. Now, sure, there's bad PR in both cases, but there's little material consequence coming from Valve. And unfortunately for Valve, a pattern is beginning to form. 11-bit
I think that they just might not have dealt with it yet, honestly. It took them a while. Like, for example, with the Day Before, there was like a scam game that came out a couple of years ago, and a lot of people wanted refunds on it. It did take them a couple of days to, like, have a resolution for this. And also, they could be in conversations with these developers, figuring out what the solution is. Chrono, thanks for 10 subs. I
broke
appreciate
the
it.
rules, as did the smaller games that I opened up today's video
Mm-hmm.
with. Now, those small games, like with malware and other things, were very easy to punish. But a well-liked, well-selling game from a real big company that's worth a lot of money?
Still easy to punish. Still easy. And if you don't punish them now, you're going to have other big companies that call your bluff and they continue abusing your system. You have to make an example out of people. Because the moment that you let one exception go through, then other people stop respecting your rules.
That's, in a way, harder to punish for Valve. It certainly seems so anyway.
Easy.
I mean, in one way, it's actually just as easy. The rules are the rules. Just apply them, forehead.
Yes.
But that's not really how reality ends up working. What Valve has got to do is manage their relationships with each company. And here...
No, they don't. No, they don't. It's a buyer's market. And Valve is the buyer. They don't. The fact is that the reason why all these companies come to Steam is because Steam is the biggest marketplace for PC gaming. If they want to choose to make their own launcher and avoid that, then they can choose to do that. But the fact is that there's a reason why all these companies are coming to Steam. It's because Steam provides a massive audience and it gives their game way more exposure.
It would appear that the value of the relationship and the associated revenue with that is worth more to Valve than their own rules. But I think they should be worried about that.
It's not. Nothing is worth more than the relationship and the trust that you have with your customer. And if any business partner puts the trust that you have with your customer at risk, that is now a bad actor business partner that's going to hurt you.
Because I think we both know what this really would do. It would set a precedent. The point can be made with a very simple hypothetical. What happens when another developer manipulates reviews with exactly the same tactics as Blue Archive did, and then they get punished by Valve, but they just say, but what the hell? You let Blue Archive happen. You never issued a statement, and you never punished Nexon. Why are you being unfair to me?
And now Steam is wrong.
And yeah, Valve
100%.
could say, well, look at the rules. You broke them. To which the company could rightly say, well, clearly, Valve, it's not a rule because those people, Blue Archive, also broke it, and you didn't do anything about it. Now, look, what I'm about to say is not really apples to apples, but there's a reason why, right? In the legal system, you have the law as it is written, but then you've also got case law. And the idea being that case law guides a judge on how to interpret the word of the law and actually apply it in, a real material scenario.
Sure.
So here, think of Valve kind of like the judge. I mean, they're also legislative, but you get my point, right? What Valve have got to do is act. And they need to act because they need to set a precedent of how their rules are followed.
Yep.
And that's the problem with Valve's kind of fluffily worded rules. Even take the generative AI one. Technically, you could argue that almost any game would fall under that if their business operations are running on an email platform that perhaps AI auto-labels their emails, because that would be contributing to how the game is actually made. So from that perspective,
million company. It's not too much money. They already stopped the campaign. I think they should just, in my opinion, if I was Steam, I would just ban the game.
Now, Nexon is worth a hell of a lot of money. They're a big company, and they're even worth a lot of money to Valve, and that means
they can't sue. It's so obvious. It's so blatantly stated that they broke the rules. It's not even a question.
There's a real simple question here. How much does Valve value their own rules? How much do they value that? Will they make an example out of this game? What will they actually do? Because the rules are being broken. And if the rule is broken and you do nothing, people will question the rule.
Exactly.
And this
More
brings
people will
me
break the
to
rules.
Today's second defendant. The Alters is the new game from 11-bit. You probably know 11-bit from Frostpunk. And the good news is, it's a great game. It's 86% on OpenCritic, 88% on Steam, and that's all from real non-Blue archived reviews.
Wow.
Which is nice. The problem is 11-bit's mistake with false representation of generative AI. So here's essentially what happened, right? A user noticed that background art contained an AI prompt. It was a bunch of code, but one of the lines was basically the prompt. Now, this was a small asset. It was the kind of thing that basically would normally be covered by lorem ipsum text. So basically, some AI-generated placeholder stuff, and in this case, they basically used AI to generate some technobabble stuff, but then they left it in. And look, if they didn't notice that, and that was the reason why they didn't use the disclosure on Steam, I suppose that would have been kind of understandable. But it actually turns out it's not just that, because something else happened. Non-English users noticed some.
I think that generative AI is probably in a lot more games than what people can realize. And the only reason why it's not being called out more is because it's so good that people don't notice it. Do you really think that these companies aren't using generative AI when it's such a good tool and such a good system? Why would they not do that? As long as people disclose it, nobody cares. I think that why should a company have to disclose that they're using generative AI? What's the logic that they should have to disclose that? There is no logic. Yeah, exactly. It's just people don't like AI, and so they're simply trying to. The reason why is that they hope that by creating this distinction, they can further alienate and isolate AI products and separate them from the market. That's the reason why they're pushing for it. It's the Steam rules. I know that, but why is it a rule? I understand it's a rule, and I understand you have to follow the rules. I get that, and they should have done that. But, like, let's go a step further than that.
Something altogether different. Those same prompts appeared in
transparency. I don't understand this. So, like, why should somebody need to be transparent about this versus, like, having a video game developed in, like, a certain country, or like, let's say you outsource part of your video game development to a certain country. Do you have to disclose that also? Why is why is generative AI something that people deserve disclosure for, but not other forms of business practices? Why is that? It's because customers care, but I don't think that they do. I think that it's a very small amount of people that are trying to artificially increase the amount of negativity towards AI in the hopes that maybe that will cause them not to lose their job. I think that the majority of the AI hate is completely artificial.
Titles on some of the in-game movies. Now, when called out for this issue, 11-bit did confirm that both things were true, that the art was indeed placeholder text that wasn't removed, but that the subtitles was actually deliberate. And here's how they explain it. It's late in development for their game, and the team decides to implement these movies. But they have a problem, and that problem is localization. Their localization partner would not be able to get that stuff done in time. And that essentially meant that with the time
Why would you want to pay somebody for localization if you could just have AI do it? It's stupid. Like, what a stupid premise. Of course you're going to use AI. It's a better tool, and it does a better job.
That 11-bit could either ship no subtitles for them, or they could translate them in-house with the resources that they had. Where clearly, of course, they just went to using chatbots for that, which is kind of understandable. Yeah. A language model is pretty good at translating language. Obviously,
most AI stole art. I don't really think that you can say AI. Like, I don't have any sort of unique anger at AI for stealing art when I look at people that copy shit all the time. Like, there are so many games that are blatant copies of other games. And am I supposed to look at that and be like, that's okay, but when AI does it, it's bad? That's just, it's not logical. It doesn't make any sense to me. If the problem is that something that you're making and producing is derivative of another product, then logically every form of derivative behavior would be viewed the same way. But it's not. AI is viewed in this unique way that it's a unique evil, even though other companies do the exact same thing. Aren't you conflating inspiration and copying? In some ways I am, because functionally they're the same thing. AI is functionally using another piece of media in order to inform and create its media. Okay? Developers and artists do that all the time. I don't see a big difference here. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Not as good as a proper creative localization job, but you get the point. They went to that technology. Now, they say that this was only 0.3% of the overall text in the game, and so they decided to just make that call, to use the chatbots so that they could have the subtitles.
Yeah, sure.
Now, in their statement, they acknowledge that the wrong call was made, and they say that they should have simply let you know. Yeah, duh, they should have.
Yeah.
But not just because it's the right thing to do.
It's also Steam rules.
They should have because they need to. See, Steam has got generative AI disclosure rules.
I think that Steam, by the way, I think that they're right to have these rules right now. And the reason why, even though I think the rules are stupid, is because of legal liability. The reason why they have these rules is because of legal liability. Because there's nobody knows where, like, legally AI is going to stand.
And the rule states, pre-generated, any kind of content created with the help of AI tools during development. So clearly 11-bit also broke Steam's rules.
Yes.
And to be clear, Steam's definition as it stands is pretty damn broad. So if your game is using AI services during development, that's something you've got to disclose, seemingly, you know, whether it makes it to the final product or not. It's broad as hell, but that's the wording of the rule. So 11-bit may have intended to do this and then replace the content, but they launched without the disclosure that they needed. And as of the time of writing, there is still no disclosure. Now sure, if they put that disclosure there, maybe they would have lost a few sales on the launch of the game, or something like that. But I've got to imagine that audience trust and not breaking Steam's rules, those things...
Well, Steam has an obligation. Like, if I was Steam, what I would do is I would offer refunds to everybody who bought the game. I would say that it doesn't matter how long you played the game. If you want to refund the game, you can refund the game. Because, like, again, and the reason why you do that, and you, no, it's very simple. Steam is a service, and when people use Steam's service and they misuse it, and they take advantage of the customers that Steam has, you know who gets the phone call? Steam does. Steam has to deal with the bad PR from this, not the developer. That's the reason why. They've effectively made a sale on a false premise. They said that they were doing something. They didn't say they were doing something that they were supposed to disclose. You've made a sale on a false premise. When you make a sale on a false premise, then a refund is in order. It's that simple. What if you bought the game, say, a year ago? That doesn't matter to me. It was a bad faith sale, and it was done based off of inaccurate information. That's it. It's actually such a simple idea.
Most certainly be higher. So that's our two naughty games companies. Now, in a way, this could all just seem like tattling to the teacher, you know? Gabe, these developers are doing a terrible thing in your platform. Yeah. No, it's not.
No, it is tattling, and we need to keep tattling, because if they do it and they get away with it, more people are going to do it, and more people are going to get away with it, and then the system becomes worse over time. Reviews become less trusted, and it becomes gamified by malicious actors that want to manipulate people out of their money, which reduces the quality of the products that we get on Steam, and it also reduces the quality of Steam as a product itself. Absolutely, this is an issue.
There's a reason why I bring all of this up. You see, in both cases, there have been no consequences.
This game looks okay.
has not retracted their overt review manipulation campaign. 11-bit have not updated their store page. How little effort would it take to update the store page? I mean, come on. Now, sure, there's bad PR in both cases, but there's little material consequence coming from Valve. And unfortunately for Valve, a pattern is beginning to form. 11-bit
I think that they just might not have dealt with it yet, honestly. It took them a while. Like, for example, with the Day Before, there was like a scam game that came out a couple of years ago, and a lot of people wanted refunds on it. It did take them a couple of days to, like, have a resolution for this. And also, they could be in conversations with these developers, figuring out what the solution is. Chrono, thanks for 10 subs. I
broke
appreciate
the
it.
rules, as did the smaller games that I opened up today's video
Mm-hmm.
with. Now, those small games, like with malware and other things, were very easy to punish. But a well-liked, well-selling game from a real big company that's worth a lot of money?
Still easy to punish. Still easy. And if you don't punish them now, you're going to have other big companies that call your bluff and they continue abusing your system. You have to make an example out of people. Because the moment that you let one exception go through, then other people stop respecting your rules.
that's, in a way, harder to punish for Valve. It certainly seems so anyway.
Easy.
I mean, in one way, it's actually just as easy. The rules are the rules. Just apply them, forehead.
Yes.
But that's not really how reality ends up working. What Valve has got to do is manage their relationships with each company. And here...
No, they don't. No, they don't. It's a buyer's market. And Valve is the buyer. They don't. The fact is that the reason why all these companies come to Steam is because Steam is the biggest marketplace for PC gaming. If they want to choose to make their own launcher and avoid that, then they can choose to do that. But the fact is that there's a reason why all these companies are coming to Steam. It's because Steam provides a massive audience, and it gives their game way more exposure.
It would appear that the value of the relationship and the associated revenue with that is worth more to Valve than their own rules. But I think they should be worried about that.
It's not. Nothing is worth more than the relationship and the trust that you have with your customer. And if any business partner puts the trust that you have with your customer at risk, that is now a bad actor business partner that's going to hurt you.
Because I think we both know what this really would do. It would set a precedent. The point can be made with a very simple hypothetical. What happens when another developer manipulates reviews with exactly the same tactics as Blue Archive did, and then they get punished by Valve, but they just say, but what the hell? You let Blue Archive happen. You never issued a statement, and you never punished Nexon. Why are you being unfair to me?
And now Steam is wrong.
And yeah, Valve 100%. Could say, well, look at the rules. You broke them. To which the company could rightly say, well, clearly, Valve, it's not a rule because those people, Blue Archive, also broke it, and you didn't do anything about it. Now, look, what I'm about to say is not really apples to apples, but there's a reason why, right? In the legal system, you have the law as it is written, but then you've also got case law. And the idea being that case law guides a judge on how to interpret the word of the law and actually apply it in, a real material scenario.
Sure.
So here, think of Valve kind of like the judge. I mean, they're also legislative, but you get my point, right? What Valve have got to do is act. And they need to act because they need to set a precedent of how their rules are followed.
Yep.
And that's the problem with Valve's kind of fluffily worded rules. Even take the generative AI one. Technically, you could argue that almost any game would fall under that if their business operations are running on an email platform that perhaps AI auto-labels their emails, because that would be contributing to how the game is actually made. So from that perspective...
That's not even true, I don't think. Any kind of content, art, code, sound created during development, not including legal infringing content, prereferences, output of the game. No, because that's outside of it's outside of the scope of the game. Like, that's not even true.
So from that perspective, not only have Valve got a very poorly worded AI disclosure policy thing, as for their actual rules, like the ones that Nexon are maliciously exploiting, well, if Valve have the rules and they don't enforce them, then that would essentially be seen as, oh, well, in that case, you set the precedent that doing this at the level of Blue Archive does not get you slammed, doesn't get you banned or actioned against. And that's what could lead other developers and publishers to try the same thing. And if Valve was to punish them, they could probably even make a legal case of Valve incorrectly applying their rules, as is understood through Valve, basically not giving a shit about their rules earlier.
It's preferential treatment, too.
I suppose if you're a Nexon stan, you could kind of say, well, hey, they don't specify that the review needs to be positive. It's not asking for that, therefore...
What? That's not what the rule said.
I suppose if you're a Nexon stan, you could kind of say, well, hey, they don't specify that the review needs to be positive. It's not asking for that, therefore...
What? That's not what the rule says. It says manipulating reviews. It never said anything about positive reviews. It never even said that. It wasn't about that at all. You just read it, it doesn't say that.
Should be fine. Well, no, it still is manipulation. It's similar to, like, preaching to your own choir.
Yes.
The people targeted by this are Blue Archive players, people who would want the game to succeed and who will get rewards for the review milestones.
Sounds like this could be applied to Twitch.
So of course those will skew positive. Of course it is manipulation. And that erodes the value of and the trust in Steam reviews.
Yes.
And that is something that cannot become normal.
Yes.
As for 11-bit, well, they broke the rule. There should be a slap. But ultimately, I do think it was a misjudgment impacting a very small part of the game. Certainly, insofar as, like, AI disclosure related things would go, there is far, far, far more malicious stuff that could be going on. But that doesn't mean Valve shouldn't do anything, because if Valve does nothing here, they would just give the impression that this sort of thing is okay, and that they don't take their own rules seriously.
Yep.
And of course, you just know that if that happens, the grifter types would take any wiggle room that they could get and absolutely use it as a justification to just go hog wild. So something needs to be...
And they're going to do it too. And they're going to say, why can they do it and I can't do it? This is the same problem that Twitch has. When Twitch doesn't enforce their rules, then everybody gets pissed off. And they say, well, what about this other thing? What about that other thing? How's that worked out for Twitch? Enforcing your rules asymmetrically is never a good idea.
Done, but it's still not as blatant
It's a very bad idea.
The wording and the spirit of the rule as in the Nexon situation.
Terrible idea.
So, Valve, give them
the worst.
Project to the rest of the industry that you're not asleep at the goddamn wheel, because if you are asleep at the wheel, the norms on your platform will change.
Yep.
One where we as customers cannot trust reviews, as an example. And guess what? If it's bad for us, if we can't trust reviews, if we can't trust the disclosures are actually authentic, we will feel less confidence. We'll be less likely to buy on Steam. Or at the very least, we'll think twice. And as anyone who understands sales knows...
Boo Archive is a bad example because their community will still review, trust me. Well, if their community will still review, then why'd they ask for the reviews? If they knew they were going to happen.
And someone is starting to think twice, your conversion rate just absolutely falls to shit. So to Valve, I have a very simple message. Would you trust someone who doesn't enforce their own rules?
Yeah.
I don't think you would. I don't think we should. So
like
get
Twitch.
on it.
Think
and
about
see
them.
what happens when you take a set of rules, the Stop Killing Games movement, and the death of Anthem. Watch this video next.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, man. Yeah, there it is. It's normal to ask for reviews when you're a mobile game dev? Why would I care about that? It's against the Steam rules. Period. Don't ask for reviews. That's it. It's super simple. But this is what mobile game devs do. This isn't a mobile game dev platform. Yeah, like, that's not the way it works, guys. It ties to prizes, not that's the problem. No, it's not. The problem is the fact that it's happening at all, okay? Too many Blue Archive defenders in chat. The game looked pretty decent. There's a video, give it a like. I do agree with this a lot. I very much think this is bullshit. And that's different. It's different when you add incentives. It's worse when you add incentives. But they're both bad, okay? Blue Archive canceled that Steam review event a few days after it happened, apologizing and stuff. That's fine. And if they have if they have a resolution for that, that's great. But the thing is that Steam still has to do something, because if only apologizing is what you're going to do, a lot of people will take the risk in doing something if they know that there won't be any negative consequences. And that's the problem. Even how blatantly Twitch is doing it, they have yet to lose a case or even get sued for it. No, they haven't. You're right about that. They haven't, at least not yet. And I like how Amazon reviews are now the gold standard for bullshit. I didn't even know Amazon reviews were bullshit. I had no idea about that. It's the first time I've ever hearing about that at all. Check out Blue Archive reviews. And let's see here. Didn't Steam TOS say that you can't offer compensation for any kind of reviews? No, it says that you cannot manipulate reviews. It is so blatant in what they say. Don't attempt to abuse or artificially manipulate the review system. There it is. Are they artificially manipulating the review system? Yes. The next line too? No, then these are two separate lines. So this is number 1 and number 2. Just because you break number 2 doesn't mean you also didn't break number 1. Hence the full stop. Yeah, it's a full stop. That's a period at the end of it. They're not saying put a positive review up there. How is it not manipulating? They are giving free rewards even if the reviews are bad. Where in the rules did it state at all about bad reviews or good reviews? Does it say anywhere in the rules about good reviews or bad reviews? Does it make any distinction between the two things? No, manipulating can mean a lot of things. I don't think this is one. Why is this not one? Manipulating is swaying reviews one way or another, not encouraging reviews? No. To handle or control. To influence. The connotation is that, but the definition is not. It's just like literally, like it's just literal vocabulary. Because they're not asking for good reviews, it's just my opinion. This isn't an opinion. You're just simply wrong based off of vocabulary. This is definitional manipulation. Manipulation doesn't occur whenever it's just something that you agree with. Manipulation occurs when a change is forced. That's it. There's no taking an L. I'm taking an L on this one. Is there anybody, like, how can anybody... This is the definition of the word. This isn't an opinion. This is a fact. I see your point, but I don't think they're really trying to manipulate the Steam review system. Then why would they do it? What? This is the reason why I don't think most people should be able to vote, by the way. This is the reason. People literally do not know the definition and the meaning of words. It's scary. It is legitimately fucking scary that people do not even know what words mean. Yeah. Why is nobody talking about that? This is crazy.
Spain have devolved into chaos.
Look at this.
Yes, the middle of summer should be heaven in Spain,
That's a nice
but
place.
not this
Damn, bro. Like, God, I should move here. This is nice.
year. Locals are being terrorized by migrant gangs with reports of random acts of violence towards innocent local members of the community. The chaos started when an elderly local Spanish man was brutally beaten out of nowhere in Torre Pachato by a North African gang.
So basically, this is what happened. This dude got the shit beat out of him by some migrants, and now it's radicalized pretty much a lot of people in the country. And they're going out and, you know, they're pissed. They're real mad.
Of thuggery sparked outrage in the community, leading to a weekend of wild clashes between locals and migrant groups.
Yep. You see him.
The Spanish commentator was outraged by the scene, saying, "This is happening in Murcia, Spain. Hundreds of armed migrants are attacking Spaniards just for being Spaniards. How are they not deported by now?"
Do you remember what I've been saying? Isn't it crazy how it just becomes closer and closer to being true every single day? Man, it's coming. Yeah.
And it didn't stop there.
It's literally the Purge. It's not the Purge, but I think that there's a good chance that if things don't If things are not dealt with in a way that the majority of the population wants, I think that you could have a purge level event in at least one of, if not multiple, of these European countries. The escalation with this is going to be very, very, very extreme. Everybody says there's no way something bad can happen until it happens. I'm just telling you, like, I think that we are a lot closer than people realize. We are way closer than what people realize.
This commentator is blasting the media for their lack of coverage on the issue, saying chaos in Spain. Reports of gangs of foreigners have been attacking people on the streets. Spanish people have gathered on the streets to stop the attacks. Why isn't this on the news?
The crazy thing is that he's right. Look at how few articles and how few videos are made about this. Like, if I look at CNN, does CNN have a video about this? No. CNN didn't even make a video about this. What about MSNBC? Nothing. How about Fox? Nothing. So nobody in the entire American media is talking about this at all, even though there are ongoing race riots that are setting Spain on fire. Is BBC? Nothing from BBC either. Wow.
The clashes also have a religious undertone, with many blaming the Muslim background of the immigrants for the chaos. This commentator shared footage of a religious march in the streets of Barcelona. He said, military-aged Muslim men take over streets in Spain to show the citizens they are taking control. It is intimidation designed to silence dissent. But these locals had enough and began chanting,
this is what's going to happen.
In defense of Christianity, saying Spain is Christian, not Muslim.
See,
saying Spain is Christian.
You see his hand? Look at that arm. I'm telling you, bro, like, we are, that's how close that we are. This happened once before? No, it didn't. This has probably happened. I bet this has happened over 1,000 times in human history. I do. I bet it's probably happened 1,000 times.
Christian, not Muslim. And again on the streets with larger protest groups gathering to reclaim their country.
Solution equals re-immigration. So the solution, they just want to kick them all out.
And all of this chaos is leading some commentators and locals alike to question the need for so much migration.
So you now have ethnic conflict within Spain because of immigration. Immigrants came in, attacked an old man for no reason, Spaniards retaliated, and now the migrants are ganging up to attack Spaniards. And this is supposed to be good for the country. House prices increase, quality of life goes down, wages stay low, social capital goes down, there's ethnic conflict, trust in community goes down, community involvement goes down. But yeah, immigration.
Police clashed with pro-Spain protesters outside a migrant centre in Madrid.
With pro-Spain protesters? What? Oh, man. Oh, God. Ah, jeez. You can't make this up? Yeah. Welcome to Europe. We have it rough, bro. I guess so. The government gets benefits, the money, that's the people. This is what I've been trying to tell you. It's worse than you think. This is why Europe has fallen too politically correct. I think that whenever you make reasonable solutions impossible, unreasonable solutions become inevitable. And I think that whenever you make reasonable solutions impossible, unreasonable solutions become inevitable. And I think that Europe is headed towards a extreme far-right backlash that will probably be more extreme than Hitler. I think it will be more extreme than that. And I think it will be multinational. It will not just be one country, it will be multiple countries. If you can't see this happening, You are out of your mind. More extreme? How? Well, how do you think? Like, really, how do you think? Bro, what? Everybody calls me crazy. Go ahead. Go ahead, and we'll see what happens.
Angry demonstrators took to the area following accusations of a Malian man raping a Spanish woman.
Oh.
This commentator applauded the rebellion, saying it's about time. Push back before it's too late.
Yep, and I think that's the way that they're going to look at it, is they're going to see this as, and I think this might accelerate the process of it more, is that these people are probably going to be worried that basically as like the demographics of the country change, or more of these people come into the country, or they become more integrated into the country, that the ability for them to push back against it will be weakened, which is accurate. And so I think that's true, right? Because like if it's a smaller percentage of people, it's easier to push back against them just logically. And so what will be the turning point? What will cause it? They'll be outnumbered soon. It doesn't matter if you're outnumbered. Like being outnumbered matters, like in terms of like some things, but it's not really a big, that's not a big reason for why something like this would cause it to happen. Yeah, it's not the first time. Well, yeah, and also like I think that there's a lot of people that really underestimate how brutal people can be if they get together and they have like some sort of like fucking cause that they're going after. Like if you look at like history, a lot of really, really big movements happen by very small groups of people who are just extreme militant zealots. So the entire idea of being outnumbered, like I mean, you still get 300, right? But like that's like it's like I don't think that. By the way, I don't think this is a good thing. I think that the ultimate outcome for this is going to be an authoritarian, hyper-fascist state that is completely suppressive to any sort of viewpoint that's contrary to the state. I think that basically this illegal migration stuff, what it's going to do is it's going to create the opposite pendulum effect. And yes, it will remove like a lot of these migrant problems, but it will replace the migrant problems with new problems. It's not like this is going to just happen and all the problems are going to go away. No, they're just going to be replaced with new problems. That's what I'm saying.
It's time now for our press review with Elitsa Gadeva. Elitsa, you've got more on that announcement from Emmanuel Macron.
Look at the downvotes on this. People hated this video. They were mad.
About that high...
Sorry, Zach, you're not on the money here. The Spanish government is letting them in. It's not the same here. You're right. I might not fully understand the way it is for you. And I'm kind of looking at it from the perspective of an American who's had kind of the similar thing happen. So if I'm not totally understanding it correctly, that's fine. But I'm just basing it off of what my experience is from what I've seen and learned in history.
In defense spending.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, Caris. The now famous sentence of Emmanuel Macron, to be free, we must be feared, is on the front page of the French daily Le Télégramme. The French president also said that since the world wars, freedom has never been so threatened. And according to a poll in French right-wing paper Le Figaro, 7 out of 10 French people approve the new defense budget. And the headline here reads, amid crisis, the French endorse their army.
And I wonder why.
An announcement, of course, that coincides with France's National Day this Monday. That's right. And French daily Aujourd'hui en France here has more details on the parade that we are expecting very soon. There will be around 7,000 men and women marching on the Champs-Élysées, nearly 70 military planes, 35 helicopters and more than 200 horses are expected there. And French conservative Lacroix, however, has decided to focus on the opening act, the presence of Indonesia as the honorary guest. And the
local town has been making headlines.
That's right. And British left-wing The Guardian here reports that several people have been injured after anti-migrant unrest in Torre Pacheco. That's a town in southeast.
We got closer to New Age Hitlers and armies rising up for World War III, like you said. Yeah, I said this is what was going to happen. Like, again, like, because people are getting, like, I don't think that people understand how radicalizing this is making so many people.
Of Spain, and the clashes there started on Friday, but tensions have been...
Will I cover World War III for us? Who would fight in World War III? Well, I don't really think it's going to be much of a fight. That's why I said, like, I think that what's going to happen is that people will empower their government to forcibly remove a lot of these different, like, immigrants, and I think that a lot of that will be violent. I think that's what's going to happen. I have a pretty good feeling that that's what's going to happen. I don't know which country is going to do it first, but in the same way that I think that, like, you think about how El Salvador arresting a bunch of those people kind of changed the Overton window about how incarceration and how policing should be done, because it showed that, for example, like, if you do arrest a bunch of people, then, you know, the crime is going to go down massively. I think that as soon as one country does this, and, like, if it gets rid of the illegals, I think that many other countries will follow it immediately. And I think the same thing happened recently with, like, businesses here in America. As soon as Elon fired 80% of the people and the staff, you know, at Twitter, and then Twitter worked the same way, how many other businesses went and they did the exact same thing? So as soon as somebody breaks the ice with doing one of these things and these actions, and it gives these people what they're looking for, then everybody is going to start doing it. It doesn't always work, by the way. No, nothing always works, and I think that it will be an overall negative. It will be, and it's basically a really bad. It's basically a bad climax of a problem that was allowed to fester for long enough. And people who had reasonable pushback against it were marginalized for long enough that now they've become radicalized. That's what's happened.
Already since last when a 60-year-old man was reportedly attacked by 3 men of North African origin, and Spanish daily El País here reports that right-wing groups have been threatening to hunt down migrants, and El País spoke to a migrant in Torre Pacheco who was one of the people provoked, and he said that he was...
And anybody who thinks this is a good thing is delusional. There's nothing good about vigilante gangs running around and hunting down people who they think are migrants. This is not a good thing at all.
He's not aggressed by people from his neighborhood or locals, but rather people who are coming from across the region, who have been organizing on social media and right-wing groups there, and are coming to the town to, quote, hunt down on migrants.
That's right.
All right, so do we have anything on the bigger picture of migration in Spain?
Indeed, we do. Spanish daily El Mundo here says that 70% of Spaniards support deportations of illegal migrants, and that's a motion proposed by Spain's right-wing party, Vox.
See?
And an editorial...
70% is huge. Also, keep in mind, by the way, here in America, it's only about 52 to 60%. So this is like another, like, what would that be? Like 20% more in Spain.
Here by El País says that Vox is, quote, manipulating immigration.
I don't know about that.
El País here says
70
that
is insane.
Vox
70 is crazy.
Using radicalized and xenophobic discourse, and sometimes even conspiracy theories to justify the need to deport migrants.
All right, well, staying on the topic of immigration, but now in the United States, you have a story on the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
This is some other bullshit, right? And people with Spanish spoken, yeah, exactly. They're asking because the illegals too. I think that people are delusional whenever they say that this is going to stop with the illegals. This will not stop with the illegal aliens. That will be the beginning. Obviously, they're going to start with them. Let me make sure I go back to this. And but that will be where it begins. It will not be where it ends. And so let me go back over here. Migrants start. Yeah, here's more of these right here. And there's even this is even like a live video too. Holy fuck. Yeah, let me see if I can find this. This doesn't really seem that... Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go, yep. See if people be like, never want to travel to other countries, just say we have 0 migrants. It's easier for people like me who say they never want to travel to other countries, say we should have 0 migrants. Wait, what? Wait, what? What is this? You think like, wait, so you think that I'm against tourism? Why are you so anti-illegal immigration? 0 immigrant policy is insane. I'm just let me understand this real quick. What's your point of view here? So like so let me get this straight. So you think that immigration is the same thing as tourism? What? What are you even talking about? Yeah, I don't even understand that. Not just tourism, legally living and working abroad. I don't think that any country has an obligation to allow people who aren't citizens in their country to come in and take advantage of their economy or to benefit from their economy. So, like, I don't think that China has an obligation to allow Americans to come into China and to live in China or to take advantage of China's economy. Same as Japan, same as Russia, same as Saudi Arabia or anything else. And I think this is true with any country. I think any country is totally right and justified to enforce its borders and enforce its immigration policy in a way that is in the best interest of the people that are voting for them. Not in the best interest of an idea, but in the best interest of the individual people that live there and what they want and what they need. That's logical, right? And I think that's very fair. I mean, do you disagree with this? Do you think that people shouldn't be able to choose their immigration policies? Take advantage? Well, yeah, they're taking advantage of it. Obviously they are. They're coming to this country and they're taking advantage of it. The same as I would take advantage of a sale at a store. Like, you're thinking of taking advantage as like a bad thing, but I'm just saying taking advantage of as in benefit from. And so like if you're unhappy with like that term or that vocabulary, that's fine. But like at the end of the day, it's still the same point. The point that I'm making is that when I worked in another country, actually China and Japan, I had to pay taxes for all the laws. Exactly. But you don't think that China do you think China and Japan have a moral obligation to allow you to do that? Do you think China and Japan, they have a moral obligation to allow you to come to their country and make money there and work there and live there? They choose to. Well, I'll let this person respond one more time. Then I want to move on and look at some other stuff. No, not at all. I think it's in their economic interest. So, okay. So basically what you're saying is that if it's not in the economic interest of the country, then they shouldn't allow the migrants in the country, right? So if it's not in the country's economic interest, then you shouldn't allow them in. Logically, that's your argument? Because, like, I mean, the fact is, like, I mean, I agree with that. I agree with that. If it's not in the country's economic interest, there's no reason for them to be there. Correct. I agree with you there. I disagree with you that it's against the economic interest. So you think that bringing in a bunch of foreign workers that don't even speak the same language as the people that are living in this country are a positive net? So let me. At what point does that become true? Or does that become not true? Because, like, obviously, if you imported every single person from some other random country into Spain, this would not make Spain a better country, right? So very logically, you have to think about this as a concept. More migration does not just equal more and more money. And also, I think that a lot of the GDP gains and the economic gains that are seen from exploiting migrant labor are only experienced by the 1% of the population. Like, a lot of average Spaniards or Americans aren't seeing these gains in the same way that, you know, you have 1% stock owners, business owners, and you know, high-level corporations that are experiencing these gains and these values. So I think that you're making an art, like, for example, this is a really great way to look at it. Let me see if he responded again. No, they must speak the language of the host country. I'm arguing for high-skilled legal immigrants. Okay, yeah, sure, of course, yeah. All right, that's fine. So then we agree. Okay, yeah, I think that it's fine to have some immigrants come into the country that are high-skilled. Everybody agrees with that. I mean, didn't I tweet that myself? Like, I mean, look, I can scroll down too. Like, where is it? Using H-1B1 visas to appoint genuine S-tier talent is good. I literally tweeted this out myself. Like, this has always been my viewpoint. I've never changed my opinion on this ever. In Portugal, bro, you're the only one in America that's covered the Serbian protests, which first for that I'm grateful. America is completely oblivious to outside events. Well, do you guys want to know one of the reasons why I cover a lot of the events that are like multinational and international? I'll go ahead and I'll show you why. Let me pull up my analytics and we're going to look at some of my viewers. Let's see if I can find it here. Here we go. I think I can just show this. It doesn't really matter. So only less than half of my viewers are actually from America. That's one of the big reasons why. So a lot of you guys come from other locations and you're not from the US in the first place. And so, like, that's it. I mean, like, the US only has 300 and something million people in it, right? There's 7 billion people in the world. So, yeah, I mean, like, France, yeah, you've got France. I'll pull this up and show everybody, right? India, Norway, Russia, Netherlands, Poland, Sweden, Germany, Canada. Yeah, so there we go. And so I have a lot of viewers from a lot of different places and locations. I would say you have the viewers because you cover this stuff. Well, yeah, because, like, and this is the problem, is that, again, for me, like, my moment that I realized how much of a bubble that American media was the Serbia government collapse with Assad. Like, I had no idea this was even happening, and then I had a friend of mine showing me photos that because his family's from not Serbia, sorry, Syria. Excuse me, Syria. His family's from Syria, and showing me photos of them, like, fucking tearing down statues and this entire place going crazy. And I didn't even know this happened, and I was like, okay, wow, like, I need to spend more time looking outside of just the obvious stuff. And so you take on every situation in the most non-biased and non-political way. Yeah, well, I try to be fair, right? Serbia, and also, to be fair, Serbia also had those riots. What were the Serbia riots for again? Oh, the collapsed train station. And then the Chinese, like, workers that were, like, the bullshit there and the lack of accountability, if I'm remembering correctly. That's what it was. And that was, like, kind of an indicator of other problems. And same relative percentage population watching you from the U.S. and the Netherlands, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, I think so too. And like, I mean, again, I think this is a very good thing. That's one of the reasons why I spend so much time, what do you call it? That's the reason why I spend so much time doing this, is because I like being able to talk about this stuff, because at least somebody is, because many people are not talking about it at all. And what's this here? Yeah, you still live in a bubble because you don't know what's happening and it is happening after Assad collapsed? No, I don't. I mean, I can't know everything, right? But at least the awareness of knowing that you don't know everything is better than, you know, not even, or thinking that you do. So yeah, let me go back. I'll see if there's a couple more of these here. Oh, there's this one too. Oh my God. Jesus. Anti-migrant groups clash with riot police. There's a 68-year-old man. That's how old that guy was. Oh my God. No, the fight is, it's happening here? Yeah. You don't know every detail of every social event in every country? No, I don't. I'm not an expert in all of it, right? But I just try to, I miss you, Excellency, but I never thought I'd say this as prime content. Yeah, true. Want peace? Let's cross the red line. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Right, my scooter, I'm afraid of being hit by a bottle. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, place is going crazy. And so that's it. And so, like, we got all this going on. Like, shit's going absolutely crazy.
Clashes flared between the Spanish and migrant youths overnight, as locals uncovered a group chat calling on migrants to go for the Spaniards.
Oh boy. Yep.
Residents took to X saying groups of Moroccan youths were attacking lone locals. Violence erupted after a 60-year-old man was attacked in the town of Torre Pacheco, which was blamed on the town's migrant community, though no arrests have been made. Furious locals confronted one man of Moroccan origin who took out his phone to show he had nothing to do with the attack, but in doing so, locals saw a group chat which called on migrants to go for the Spaniards.
What does this say? What does this say in American? No, I don't know what this means. It actually just says go for the Spaniards. Okay.
This was live streamed and went viral around Spain, seeming to confirm locals' fears the migrants wanted to attack them. Clashes ensued as Spaniards accused the police of targeting them.
Targeting them? Yeah, definitely. Go for the Spaniards is a call to action. Yeah, of course it is. I mean, I feel like this is very clearly a two-sided thing. Like, obviously, like, they beat up that guy, then you had a bunch of, like, pro-nationalist people that went after them. Now they're trying to respond because people in their community got attacked. It's a PvP zone now. Exactly. Are people in Spain allowed to have firearms? I don't know. It's a boiling point? I don't know.
The unrest spread to other parts of Spain.
It's hard to say. Holy. Is he running down with a spear? Oh my God. Holy shit.
The country's version of BBC Verify tried to calm tensions by combating misinformation.
That's fake, yeah, who knows?
But the first comment on YouTube said they are one drink away from saying the old man self-harmed.
Yeah, I think people are over this shit, bro. Like, people are so over this shit. Yeah, and this is also on YouTube. YouTube is a very, it's a pretty open platform, so, like, you can have pretty much whatever opinion you want on YouTube. And because of that, I think that you're going to see a lot of people saying shit like this. It's going to be super common.
perhaps representing citizens' distrust. National newspaper El País said the Spaniards involved in the clashes had started on the migrant community in Torre Pacheco, who were fearful of further attacks. That there was an organised hunt for the migrants perpetrated by the far right.
Bro, the migrants started the first organized attacks. What are you saying? Well, maybe that's right. I mean, I don't know. Like, I was just assuming that's what the chain of events was. But either way, it's very clearly that this is, at this point now, it's a two-sided thing. Right, they're attacking each other. YouTube censors heavily. YouTube doesn't censor at all compared to other places, though.
It went on to say the groups were outsiders, not locals who got along well with the migrants. That the Moroccans were in fact Spanish, but they felt alienated from the country, which meant they were unhappy, unemployed, and not studying.
I feel like, I mean, how can you call them Spanish if you're defining them by another ethnicity? I mean, I think that there's very much a racial and an ethnic component to this, and a religious component to this. Like, you really, I mean, like, if you can't see that, you're out of your mind. You're trying not to see it.
In one clip, a migrant can be seen yelling homophobic epithets to the Spanish residents while waving a Moroccan flag. Clips shared on social media showed multiple injuries. Multiple people had sustained the injuries and there had been at least one arrest. But despite a large police presence, it seemed they had lost control of the streets, as both sides roamed with batons and other weapons. The Conservative head of the Murcian regional government, Fernando Lopez Miras, said in a post on X, Torre Pacheco must get back to normal. I understand the frustration, but nothing justifies violence. Watching on...
I think the problem is that, and this...
But nothing justifies violence. Watching on...
I think the problem is that, and this is the reason why people are getting violent right now, is because... they've tried to, I think that this has been something that's been going on in a lot of Western countries. I don't really know about Spain particularly, but I think the reason why people are resorting to violence is because having he was saying to protect the police, what the fuck? Well, I don't know. But what I'm saying is that violence is always justified. Well, I don't think so. It's that people, they don't feel like there is a democratic or like a diplomatic way of solving this problem, because anybody who has these viewpoints is marginalized. And I think that if you marginalize enough people, you create a extreme radical group. And I think that's clearly what's happening here. And I think this is happening all over Europe.
And Leo and his panel said Britain had to get control of its borders if it's to avoid such scenes repeating themselves here.
Hello, I'm Bev Turner. Now, it can feel like the money in our bank accounts at the moment does not keep up with the cost of living. And maybe there's a solution.
On an elderly man by unknown assailants earlier in the week. 5 people were hurt. 1 was arrested during the unrest in Torre Pacheco, or Pacheco. And it's one of the worst such episodes of unrest in the country Spain has seen in recent decades. So, Paul, I'll say again, I do not want to see this happening in the UK. I hope tensions don't boil over to a point where...
it will happen in the UK. And I think that also, like, and this is what's going to happen, is that as soon as one country is able to have, like, a pushback against this that is successful, I think that what that's going to do is it's going to create a cascading effect that will make a bunch of other people feel emboldened to do it as well. And I think that's really what's going to happen. Like, as soon as, basically, it's going to be like dominoes. As soon as it happens in one place, then it will happen everywhere.
We see similar things. I mean, I guess you could argue we already did last year with Southport under the guise that, you know, at one point this Axel Rudabakana was a small boat migrant.
Yeah.
But is this a sign of things to come?
No, of course it is. I mean, already we've described the people that are the aggressors in this situation are far right. It's not far right to want to protect your community. It's not far right to want to protect your country. It's not far right to want to protect the incumbent culture in which you can well be very proud of without being far right. What's happening in Spain, what's happening in France...
The problem is also that if you call enough people far right, they're going to start agreeing with you. And the issue is that when so many of these people, and this is kind of the issue that happens in the US also, and you can see this with like some of the anti-Jew stuff that's in like social media, is that some of the anti-Jewish media is not in criticism of Israel. It is making a generational criticism on Jewish people as a whole. That will become the norm to the extent that, and people will ignore it, to the extent that you label anybody who has any, it making a generational criticism on Jewish people as a whole. That will become the norm to the, is that some of the anti-Jewish media is not in criticism of Israel. It is making a generational criticism on Jewish people as a whole. That will become the norm to the extent that, and people will ignore it, to the extent that you label anybody who has any viewpoints that are even tangential to this as far right. And I think that's really what's happened, is that so many people that have had viewpoints have been labeled as far right. What's ended up being the result of that is that now you have so many people that are alienated by it that the label doesn't mean anything. And also the people that are legitimately far right aren't being taken seriously, and they aren't seen as like any sort of an existential threat or problem to begin with. Because when you put a label on everybody that you disagree with, it's the same thing, and it doesn't really apply to any of them. Whenever you have a label on enough people, people start ignoring the label. That's basically what happens. It's kind of like what happened with racist, right? Is that for a long time, racist was like one of these words that you used to be afraid of. But what happened over time is that that term was just kind of overused, and it went on a DR. You radicalize people? Yeah, exactly. And so now, and the boy who cried wolf? Yes, exactly. And once you have enough people, and this is also another big component to it, is that once you have enough people that you have marginalized, they no longer are the margin. You are. And so what happens is that if you radicalize enough people, you can turn those people into a political movement. And I think that's what's happened I think that in a minor way, that's what's happened with Trump in America, is that you've radicalized enough people. And like another good example of this is Duterte in the Philippines. People were radicalized and they voted for somebody whose policy was to kill all the drug dealers. That's it. He won the election. So the idea that this can't happen is outrageous. And the idea that this is only something that's in history, like, oh yeah, it happened like a long time ago. No, this is something that happened like 3 years ago or 5. 5 years ago. It will happen again. And I think the problem is that if you make reasonable discourse impossible, you guarantee unreasonable discourse. And what he's saying is true, but I don't think that what he's saying is the final form. I think the final form of this is people saying, I don't care if you call it far right or not, this is what we're going to do. And that's the next step from what he's saying, because he's still trying to play inside of the rules that these people have created for him. And I think that that's only really happening because there aren't enough people that are extreme enough that can create an apparatus that supports that. That's what's going to happen.
What's happened in the Nordic countries, what will happen in the UK is that people are getting fed up. And Bill, you said that you can't stop this overnight. Of course you can. You have to break laws to stop this overnight. But if the laws don't protect...
Let's say you elected Trump. Trump is nothing compared to, Trump is nothing compared to Duarte. Like, they're not even in the same universe. Like, I understand, people want to act like Trump is a really bad dude. Oh. It's not even it's nowhere even close.
Actual people, then break every single one of them. I'm sorry, stand on the cliffs of Dover and use force to stop dinghies coming, because every single dinghy is full of at least 50% of people that would cause harm to the culture of this country if they were given the chance.
Send them back to France?
Yeah. I would send them back to wherever they came from. I wouldn't care less.
It's contrary to international maritime law.
I couldn't care less for that either.
It's contrary to international maritime law. Why would anybody give a fuck about international maritime law? Like, who's going to go and arrest them for this? Like, this is, again, this is like an advert. Like, you're appealing to being, this is like Karen argumentation. Oh, but it's against the rules. Fuck the rules. Why would people care about the rules if the rules are set up to make them lose? It's a ridiculous thing to say.
His agreement.
No, this is the point. This is the point. We have got to a point. Well, I don't care.
We haven't agreed to France launching a load of dinghies off their coast towards our waters every day.
Just send them back. If those people, just imagine this, Bill, that if you were an aggressor against the UK, you were Russia or somewhere like that, would you not support these immigrants coming across on dinghies to disrupt this country?
Well, yes, it's a boat, right?
It goes on all throughout the Baltic countries. Right now, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Russia are flooding in immigration to try and undermine those Baltic countries. They've been doing that across Europe for years, and it's happening in the UK. We have to stop it to protect our country. I couldn't care less what law it breaks. At some point, we are going to have to break laws.
And
That's right, exactly. And you see how fast this is changing. Like, I would say even 5 years ago, a lot of this rhetoric would be borderline unthinkable to see on media. Imagine where it's going to be 5 years from now.
View is that you've got to tackle it with proportionate and legal means. So actually getting the French...
That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. When the proportionate means, there's nothing proportionate about, you want to talk about proportional, why did that old guy get beat up? You can't constantly punish and talk down to and chastise a group of people for not responding proportionally when the other group is always the escalator.
In
That's not how it works.
Waters, the one in
They're not doing it, Bill. No, it's a great idea. And if I was an old Labour MP, I would think it was a great idea too, but it's nonsense.
You say it's not happening. It was announced last week, and explicit within the announcement is this will happen in the next few weeks. So, just because something doesn't happen immediately doesn't mean it's not going to happen.
Usually when politicians say a few weeks, it means a few years at least.
But it's also... People are tired of waiting for this shit. That's the reason why, and they feel like they're getting bullshitted around, and they should.
That's nonsense, Bill.
It should have given us a date on when it's going to start in that announcement.
Next few weeks.
Bill, that's not a date. That's ambiguous.
It's not ambiguous because the maximum of a few weeks is 3 or 4 weeks. If it hasn't happened in that time, you'll be right.
Let's have a fiver bet. Let's have a fiver bet on it, Bill. It's not going to happen.
I believe it when I see it. And especially,
let's have a £5 bet on it.
I'd go more than that.
Given Labour's track record on the past year on...
They're going to fix the entire immigration problem in a month. For sure, guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's definitely what's going to happen. For sure.
You know, sticking to their promises. I don't think many people are going to buy the saying a few weeks.
And also, I'll just say as well, you say progress doesn't happen immediately. It's not just that progress isn't happening immediately, it's just getting far, far worse.
Going backwards.
Immediately. We're going backwards. 44,000, I think.
We're not
1,200
right.
since
net
Starmer met
migration
Macron.
is down by half since the general election. And before you say it, yes, a number of the measures were actually, in the dog days of the last Tory government, agreed. Labour didn't oppose them, and they've actually reduced net migration by 500,000.
Every day. I don't think that this person understands what the problem is. They are not happy about the migrants, not only just the ones that are coming, but the ones that are already there at the current point in time. Like the people that are already living there, this is also a problem for apparently people in Spain. This is very clearly also it. And so him trying to make advocacy to, like, this chart shows the line is going down. Yeah, the line is going down, but the problem is caused from when the line wasn't down.
Labour did not reduce net migration by 500,000. The Tories did. They changed the rules on the...
Listen to me, Chloe. I just said that. In the dog days of the Tory government, they implemented those measures. Labour didn't oppose them. They supported them. And that has dramatically reduced migration.
It's fair to say Labour have tried to take credit for that. They were all over social media boasting about it when we heard that the net migration figures had gone down. They're just playing with the numbers. I mean, we had the Transport Minister...
Okay, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many people are coming. It matters how many people are there. That's what they don't... They're not getting that. And I think that they are. It's just that that's a more difficult and more politically incorrect conversation to have. But I think that every year and every month that something like this happens, that conversation becomes more and more inevitable.
Earlier.
Have they reduced by half? Yes, they have.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
But they didn't do it. You may say, oh, technically they supported the Tories. It wasn't their measure.
All right, great debate. I will just say, for Ofcom reasons, of course, we do not promote illegality or criminality, but I think, Paul, you were referring to breaking laws, international laws, maritime laws and so on, which isn't, isn't the same as domestic British
No, I'm
laws.
not, and I don't want to see any. I don't want to see any violence. What I'm saying is, if you stuck a naval ship at Dover and you used our Royal Navy to stop the immigrants coming across on the dinghies, it would stop very quickly.
Yeah, if they want to do it, they can do it. If you just call a national...
He's right. Look at Trump with the border here in America. They went from having thousands of people coming over to having nobody coming over. He's totally right. If they wanted to stop this problem, they would stop the problem.
National emergency, say the security of men, women, girls, children in this country is under threat. You can do what you want. Well, I'd argue you do what you want anyway. Stuff it.
Well, there it is. And so, yeah, it looks like this shit is burning down. And all of this is happening now, too. And you can see very clearly this was a year ago, right? I mean, this problem was just kind of ignored. And that's it. Like, yeah, and that's why things are going crazy now. Our leaders are tyrants. Remember the fist bump border guard? I don't remember that at all. They'll go on about breaking the law, yet see Russian subs in the water. People don't care about... The thing is that people don't give a shit about the law when the law is done in a way that puts them at a disadvantage. That's the reason why. People will not advocate. Like, there is a lot of like, oh, whoa, it's against the law. This is bad. You're not supposed to do this. It doesn't matter to these people when that happens and it's still hurting them. And so if the law is set up and it's put in a design that negatively affects people, then that's it. It's not just this. It happened to 3 people closest to the Spanish president found guilty of corruption. Oh, yeah, I have no idea. It's a 15-year problem. It's now hitting its critical mass. Yeah, I mean, like, I've been hearing about, like, illegal migration problems in America. Or, sorry, not America. Europe. I've been hearing about this for, like, my whole life. Like, or not my whole life, but, like, the majority of my adult life, I've been hearing about this. And so, yeah, following law, like not pirating games. Yeah, people don't care about the law at all. Like, I mean, again, like it's very silly to even say that.
From going viral overnight to now drifting into irrelevance. From rubbing shoulders with the biggest celebrities every week to now getting kicked out of major sporting events. From bragging about $100,000 dinner bills at his luxury steakhouses to watching his empire crumble right before his eyes. Salt Bae's story is a textbook example of how internet fame can vanish just as fast as it arrives, especially when ego takes the spotlight and everyone sees the attention-hungry narcissist man behind the meme. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be taking a closer look at the downfall of Salt Bae, how he went from humble beginnings to ruling the internet at one point, and then losing it all to arrogance and greed, all while building a business empire that, behind the gold-plated steaks and viral clips, hid a toxic culture of exploiting staff and reckless practices that put lives at risk. Though, before it all came crashing down, Salt Bae's rags to riches story was quite the inspiration. Nusret Göçe started his life in a small Turkish village called Pazli, with limited resources and poor infrastructure. His father also worked as an ordinary mine worker, which unfortunately didn't pay enough to support a family. Due to the family's financial struggles, Nusret had to leave school at the age of 13 and start working as an apprentice at a butcher shop in Istanbul. And while Nusret had to work 13 grueling hours a day every day without a single day off, this job marked the beginning of his journey in the food industry, with him going on to work at various steakhouses across Turkey as years went by. Then, in 2007, he secured a $3,400 bank loan to travel across multiple countries and learn more about their meat industries and the steakhouse businesses. After doing this for 3 years, he returned to Turkey in 2010 and opened his very own steakhouse. It was a fairly small restaurant with just 8 tables and a handful of staff. Despite this, Nusret's steakhouse managed to catch the attention of high-end clientele, including the Turkish billionaire Ferit Şahenk, who was so impressed by the quality of food and service that he offered to invest and help Nusret branch out not just in Turkey, but across the Middle East. By the end of 2016, Nusret was already a fairly successful businessman. What he didn't know, however, was that his luck was about to change once again. On January 7th, 2017, he posted a video of himself dressed in a tight white t-shirt and dark sunglasses while slicing meat, and sprinkling salt on it in the most unusual ways. This went viral. racking up millions of views and shooting Nusret into internet stardom practically overnight. The moment of him pouring the salt got turned into a meme as well, making him even more popular than just the viral clip, with people now referring to him as the quote Salt Bae. Lamau, Salt Bae is at the other side of the world and has no idea he's an instant classic with Black Twitter. It's gonna be crazy to tell kids, oh yeah, that's Salt Bae, the way my dad told me about Paul Newman. I dressed up as Salt Bae for Halloween. From parody skits on national television
Shh, it's happening!
to professional athletes celebrating with his signature move on the biggest stages, Salt Bae had quickly become one of the most recognizable faces on the internet. This was a powerful position to be in, and Nusret understood this better than anyone else, because not long after he went viral, Salt Bae announced plans to open luxury restaurants in both New York and London that same month, followed by several more locations worldwide over the upcoming months. Now, the menu in these new restaurants was outrageously expensive, including things like a $100 burger, $10 for a can of Red Bull, $25 for a single dessert, and the star of the show, the $1,800 24-karat gold-coated tomahawk steak. Despite this, Salt Bae's restaurants were a massive hit almost instantly, with people traveling to them from around the world. More than the food itself, people were buying into an exclusive, over-the-top experience just for the chance to see the man himself in person.
Yes, sir.
Week after week, his restaurants attracted the biggest names in sports, music, films, and beyond. Salt Bae had successfully turned a viral internet moment into a multi-million-dollar global brand. But behind all of the gold steaks and celebrity selfies, the reality was far from glamorous. Because as it turned out, when it came to the actual food, Salt Bae's empire was style over substance. His London steakhouse, for example, was ranked among the bottom 33% of restaurants in the city on TripAdvisor, scoring a measly 2.9 stars with over 350 reviews, out of which 167 labeled it as outright terrible, with reviews like bad food at crazy prices, all seen and zero substance. The biggest scam ever. Food was undercooked and tasted awful, as well as terrible service, way too expensive for being treated like third-class citizens. To make matters even worse, his burger joint in New York was branded as the worst restaurant in the city, with professional critics describing the food using phrases like a little rubbery and low on flavor, mundane, somewhat tough and rather bland, shoe leather tough, and public ripoff #1. You'd think that after seeing such terrible reception, Nusret would focus on eliminating those issues. However, the Salt Bae did not care one bit. He viewed himself as some sort of icon, saying things like, "Now everybody wants to be a butcher because of me. Now if you ask a kid, they want to be Salt Bae. They see me as an idol. I'm an inspiration to a lot of people in a very short period of time." It was clear that his instant online fame had inflated his ego beyond bounds. The quality of food, the customer experience, it all took a back seat. What mattered most was the performance. He even started bragging openly on social media, sharing receipts of customers spending over $100,000 on a single meal, using them like trophies to show off his status. And it wasn't long before the brand stopped being about food entirely and became all about him. He filled his feed with shirtless videos, struck poses like a runway model, and carried himself like an A-list celebrity. But while the cameras were still rolling and the likes kept coming, behind the scenes, everything was starting to go downhill. The first domino fell in September 2018, when a fire stunt meant to impress diners went horribly wrong.
Oh my god! I yandı! Oh my god!
Flames shot out of control, injuring 4 people, including Czech internet personality Tinus Treknikova. She suffered third-degree burns over 35% of her body and was hospitalized for months. And while she managed to survive, her appearance was altered permanently. The incident made international headlines, yet the Salt Bae made no public statements or apologies, pretending like the incident never even happened. But his silence was just the tip of the iceberg, because while his customers were fighting for their lives, he was busy feeding a dictator. That same month, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife visited Salt Bae's restaurant in Istanbul, where they were treated to a lavish multi-$1,000 meal. And to add insult to injury, this all happened while Venezuela was in the midst of a devastating food crisis, with over 64% of the country's population losing an average of 11 kilograms or over 25 pounds due to food shortages and widespread hunger. Any person with even a shred of empathy might have declined to host a man overseeing that suffering. But not only did Salt Bae welcome him with open arms, he posted multiple videos online bragging about it. As you might imagine, the backlash was immediate and intense, and it wasn't confined to behind the screen. Protests broke out in front of his restaurants in Miami and New York. The issue even resonated with the US Senate, with Senator Marco Rubio stating, "I don't know who this weirdo Salt Bae is, but the guy he is so proud of to host is not the president of Venezuela. He is actually the overweight dictator of a nation where 30% of people only eat once a day, and infants are suffering from malnutrition." He eventually deleted the videos, but true to form, he never offered an apology. Because for Salt Bae, the performance always mattered more than the people. But Salt Bae's disregard didn't stop at bad reviews, burning guests, or feeding dictators. Things were even uglier behind the kitchen door. It all came to light in April of 2023, when Business Insider published an investigation report, uncovering a string of lawsuits and disturbing allegations that revealed an empire built on fear, exploitation, and control. Former staff described Salt Bae as a petty tyrant obsessed with image, power, and excess, with a former manager stating, "His world was nothing but Instagram and fame. The sensation was him. He ended up getting this godlike complex." Employees were fired without warning, sometimes for accidentally breaking a glass or simply wearing the wrong shirt. A bartender in London said working there felt like being in the Hunger Games. Another even compared Salt Bae to being a straight-up dictator. And that wasn't even the worst of it. Workers were forced to stage fake lines outside during slow hours and even sleep overnight in the restaurant during the COVID-19 pandemic and social unrest, all without getting paid overtime. And while he flaunted his wealth online, employees say he stole tips and punished mistakes by slashing workers' pay. In multiple lawsuits, employees alleged that management skimmed off 3% of tips or withheld them entirely, especially when high-profile celebrities were dining. A class action suit even stated that the management systematically fired each waiter who complained about not getting paid tips. One 19-year-old food runner had $140 deducted from her pay for delivering a bag of leftover steak to the wrong table. Another had $800 in tips slashed because a customer left without paying, as if she was supposed to hunt down the dine and dashes and collect the bill. But for the women working under Salt Bae, the exploitation went a level deeper, into humiliation, harassment, and outright abuse. A bartender, for instance, was told to wear a quote, short skirt, high heels, and revealing top on her first day. When she protested, she was harassed by male co-workers. One even followed her home, and just days after requesting to wear a standard uniform, she was fired. Another lawsuit claimed that a female server was denied a promotion because Salt Bae allegedly didn't find her physically appealing enough. And if all this wasn't bad enough, the horrendous culture of his restaurants reached the customers as well. well. Employees were routinely told to lie to customers, claiming cheaper cuts were premium, pouring leftover wine into new glasses, and even falsely labeling steaks as halal. Quote, "It was just about trying to get almost as much money out of the people who were coming through the door." But even all this wasn't enough to satisfy the Salt Bae's ego. Eventually, his arrogance and sense of untouchable fame pushed him into doing something extreme in front of the whole world, resulting in the biggest public humiliation of his career. It happened on December 18th, 2022, when Argentina won the FIFA World Cup by beating France in a historic final. Fans were celebrating and players were emotional. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, Salt Bae breached the pitch, crashed the moment, and acted like he belonged there. He grabbed Lionel Messi, one of the biggest athletes in the world, at the most significant moment of his career, just to pester him for a photo. Then he somehow found a way to make this even worse, by grabbing the actual World Cup trophy and posing with it, as if he were part of the winning team. With the entire world watching, these cringeworthy moments sparked a wave of online backlash as massive as the viral fame that once made him, with comments reading, "This is the example of people living without feeling shame at all. TF does this guy have to do with this hard-earned victory? Clout chasing on an epic level. What an idiot that guy is." FIFA eventually launched an investigation into the incident, while also banning him from all future events. A ban that seems to be effective to this day, as he was publicly kicked out of the UEFA Champions League final after party on June 1st, 2025, for trying to enter uninvited. He tried to save face by signing autographs outside, and claimed he wasn't there for the party, but for his quote, "thousands of fans who wanted to see him." But the internet didn't buy the excuses one bit. Why is he even there in the first place? He's a nobody and hanger-on. Yeah, go and throw your salt somewhere else. That said, this mockery from the internet wasn't as intense as it should have been. Not because people like him now, but because most simply don't care. He's a mostly forgotten relic of the past, and after years of scamming customers with mediocre food, exploiting employees, and humiliating himself on the world stage, Salt Bae is finally paying the price. Most of his US steakhouses have shut down, his London restaurant is seeing a 50% drop in profits, and his Dubai location isn't doing much better either. With businesses in decline, his social media numbers plummeting, and the world turning on him, Salt Bae's story is well and truly over. From bad financial takes...
That ain't good. Nobody's ever done that. The entire amount. I'll find you a jet. They found me a jet. I took delivery of it on December what?
To downright awful dating advice.
You do not have to accept her rejection.
There's no shortage of fake gurus on the internet, all claiming to be experts in their field, when in reality, they're nothing more than sleazy con men who take advantage of their desperate followers. They do what it takes to squeeze every last dollar from their audience, all while offering advice that's vague at best and dangerously misguided at worst. And while many of them go unchecked, some of these so-called experts find themselves in the crosshairs of Penguin Zero, aka Charlie, who has no qualms about dismantling these digital snake oil salesmen and exposing them for who they really are, liars.
The only thing more pathetic than a guy who calls himself an alpha male is a guy who calls himself an alpha male and then tries to sell advice to desperate, lonely men.
Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we're diving into the worst fake gurus exposed by Penguin Zero, how he tore into their grifts, and even saved an innocent YouTuber from financial ruin in the process, starting with one of the biggest posers online, Jason Wojo. Put simply, Jason is a budget Andrew Tate who tries way too hard to flex his non-existent wealth.
Take you, for example, and me, and we both pull up and we go to your girl. Odds are I'm gonna take that bitch. If you compared me to you, you're not gonna win that battle.
He found his small audience by flooding sites like YouTube and TikTok with thousands of short videos, spouting pseudo-intellectual nonsense.
You're poor if you vote for the president. Goldfish are smarter than humans. Your t-shirt is putting us into debt. Money is actually not real.
But as it turned out, this quote self-made multi-millionaire didn't even pay the editors who created these videos for him, with one of them writing, "Have been working for Wojo from past 3 to 4 months as video editor, and there are other 15 to 16 editors which Wojo hired. First 2 months were very good, but after that, he didn't pay us all for 2 months, and now he's not replying to any of us and have blocked us. So please be aware of this fraud Wojo, who calls himself a multi-millionaire, which he's not." As time went on, he transitioned from a fake marketing expert to an even worse life coach with terrible advice, like this.
If you go to the gym like these idiots, that's why you're broke. I'm gonna tell you why going to the gym is a fucking waste of money. If you truly think that you getting bigger arms and you getting bigger calves is gonna make you more money, you are very, very mistaken. Everything that happens within business or mental shit happens up here. Has nothing to do with anything else.
This even left his own viewers confused, unsure whether he was joking or actually trying to give serious advice, with comments like, "I think this guy is trolling," and "Is this guy serious?" This also caught the attention of Charlie, who uploaded his video on Jason in March of 2023, referring to him as simply, quote, pathetic.
I'm sure you've all heard the expression, fake it till you make it. But today I want to take a look at what happens when all you do is fake it without ever making it. You end up like this loser we're about to take a look at today. A guy who has become a complete parody of self-confidence, but without any level of self-awareness.
Charlie started by roasting Jason's fake confidence stemming solely from his rented sports car.
Bro's out here rocking that man-dark body type and acting like he for some reason be able to take your girl just because he rolled up in a rented McLaren. This guy's entire personality is his money. He's like a real-life Mr. Krabs, but with even skinnier arms.
Before talking about why he thinks Jason is faking his wealth just to appear more successful online than he is in real life.
Now, why I don't believe him about the success of his business is because the only thing he shows that's worth money is his car, the McLaren. He's made like 1,000 shorts about how much money he spends filling up a McLaren's tank, or how often he drives his McLaren, and that is the only thing worth a lot of money that he's ever shown, at least that I've seen. So that leads me to believe that it is 100% rented, or he really dumped all of his money into that one vehicle in order to portray himself as a successful businessman.
Charlie then moved on to the most brain-dead take Jason had in his arsenal and tore it to shreds.
Here's why the gym does not matter. I'm tired of guys that are like, oh, you know, I'm going to the gym, I'm trying to get fit. I feel like I have a pretty decent tone.
Did douchebag Slender Man get you with that jump scare in the beginning? So this is his rant about why going to the gym makes you a fucking idiot. Because he's skinny and insecure, so you going to the gym is offensive to him. It's pretty pathetic. You don't want to go to the gym, that's fine. Buddy's out here built like 2 French fries duct taped to an uncooked spaghetti noodle. And if you're happy with your body there, that's absolutely fine. But why shit on people that are going to the gym? He makes a whole rant about why it's stupid to do it, which is laughable.
This video became quite a success, amassing over 6.5 million views to date, something Jason wasn't very happy about, as evident from his salty comment which reads, "Keep giving me views, making my reaction video now to this clown," to which he only received one reply, calling him a clown. Jason, however, decided to go ahead with making a response, and just 2 hours later, uploaded a video that was over twice the length of Charlie's roast session. But despite trying his best, the best counter-argument he could come up with was criticizing the way Charlie said McLaren.
This part pisses me off because he says the name wrong like 8 times in a row. It's not McLaren, it's McLaren. Okay, so that's how we know this guy doesn't really have a lot of status. He doesn't understand these things.
Charlie didn't want to extend that drama, but felt like Jason needed another reality check. So a couple of days later, he uploaded his second video on Jason, dunking on his dim-witted finance take.
Contrary to the delusion that you're fucking encumbered by, you don't need 30K a month to start living. You don't. No, like, I can't believe anyone actually thinks that way. What an outrageous claim to make.
While also pointing out how stupid it is for him to challenge Charlie to a boxing match.
The funny part is that I don't need to be in shape, and you know what? I'm gonna make this statement in the video. We should do a boxing match with him.
The jokes hurt your feelings. They got under your skin. So now you're coping with this defense mechanism of, I'll beat you in a fight because of what you said. And I feel like that's just the ultimate fucking L. Now, let's walk through this hypothetical. Let's say I took up the malnourished Martian on his fight offer and he beats my ass. He brutalizes me somehow. He takes his McLaren out and he's like, get a load of this, tough guy, and he starts wailing on me. What does that change about everything I've said about him? It's all still the truth. All the jokes are still applicable.
After getting dunked on by Charlie a second time, Jason tried to extend the drama for views and posted an even longer response. But by this point, it was clear from his tone that Charlie was getting under his skin.
Penguins, whatever his name is.
Brother, you have the video up on the screen. What do you mean penguins, whatever his name is? You could have just opened your eyes.
See, this is the part where it's like, you have a number in your name, so that's why I'm like, I don't know if the 0 means anything. Also, if you get that triggered by the fact that I said that, that's a massive insecurity.
During this time, YouTuber Marky also uploaded a now-deleted video calling Jason out for not paying his editors, to which Jason replied by threatening a cease and desist.
My DMs don't work. Email me, jason@wardrobemedia.com, as I have a cease and desist to send you from my legal team to take the video down.
Instead of backing down, Marky offered to take down his videos on
my dad's not able to like get around very easily, and so I had to make sure that I took him to a doctor's appointment, and this was a very important appointment he had to be at, so I had to take the entire day off for that doctor's appointment. And so at previously, like he had mentioned that he was like sick, and you know, he didn't really feel that great, etc. And so we just went up there and we did, and you know, he didn't really feel that great, etc. And so we just went up there and we did, and you know, he didn't really feel that great, etc. And so we just went up there and we did that the day before yesterday. And you know, he was talking to them about it, and you know, basically he went and he said that you know, like he was talking to the doctor, or not doctor, it was like a physician's assistant or something, because he needed to get a prescription for like an air condenser so he can walk around without having to carry around like the fucking oxygen machine, right? Which is what I've had to do for him as well. Like that's why I had to go with him, is to make sure I could do all that. And so anyway, we did all that on Monday. Is he okay? I'm gonna find, like, probably yes. That's, you know, I'll begin with that. Probably yes. He is in surgery, as far as I know, either right now or he's going to be in surgery very soon, right? It's happening this morning, this afternoon, and so that's what it's going to be. And so it's not super complicated, but yeah, that's currently what's happening right now. And so yeah, that's happening. And so let's go ahead and let's see how we get there. And so this is what happened. This is why I was gone. So he tells the doctor, or the woman there, that, you know, he his shit was like a really bright color, like not dark at all. And she says, well, that doesn't sound good. I'm going to have you do a couple of extra labs and things like that in order to make sure that everything's working okay. And so anyway, anybody who knows anything, that's not good? No, it turns out it wasn't. And so we do the labs, I get home, and you know, like, I'm like, all right, well, I'll see you later. I mean, I got home, like, my day, whenever I take a day off, it's not a day off. Like, I'm infinitely more busy than my days streaming. Like, today is my day off. And so anyway, all that happened, and so that's bad, actually, yes. And so basically, we're at the lab, and I take him home, and that's it, and that's all it is. So I'm like, all right, well, all's well that ends well, right? I'm like, okay, things are fine. So the night before last, like, I guess, so not like last night, but the night before last night, I download Donkey Kong because, like, the new game came out, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to play this new game tomorrow. And I told my dad, I'm like, I'm going to be busy pretty much all tomorrow because I want to play this game, and I'll probably be over, like, late at night, right? And so this is what happened. Liver issues can cause this. Well, we're getting to that. And so my dad calls me in the morning, and he says, this is like, he calls me like 12:20, and he's like, hey. And I'm like, what's up? He's like, I don't want you to freak out because you always fucking freak out. Imagine how I feel. But the doctor called, and they said I have acute liver failure. And I said, what the fuck? And he said, yep. And he's like, I'm like, I go to him, I ask him, I say, well, are you cooked? He's like, he's like, what do you mean by that? Am I dead? I'm like, yeah, are you dead? He's like, I don't know, let's find out. And I'm like, okay. So I'm like, all right. So I go and I drive down there. No, like, cause I didn't know what to say. I was just like, wait, what? What the fuck? And he's like, yeah, I don't know. And so I'm like, okay, fine. And so I immediately get up and I drive over to his house, and we take him, because they told him, they said, you know, like, basically the level that he was at, you know, it was like 120 or something like that. That's where you're supposed to be. And he was at like 2,000. So like, that's a little bit higher than average. So they said, like, hey, listen, man, you've got to go down to the emergency room because your shit's fucked, right? And so I basically come over, and, you know, obviously, you know, like, very rarely, but, you know, it was a bit emotional because, like, I didn't know what was going to happen. I had no idea what was going to happen. And, you know, I fuck, I mean, like, I you know, because he tell me, like, he's like, you know, he thought, he said, well, drinking Jim Beam, a bottle of Jim Beam every night, you know, I knew that would catch up to me. And I'm like, well, we'll see what happens. And so basically, we go to the emergency room. It's cold as fuck. This is yesterday, right? And every night, yeah, well, not every night. I mean, sometimes he drank more than that, probably. But yeah, in a general sense, that's about right. And every night, yeah, it wouldn't help. Well, here's the ironic thing. It had nothing to do with it. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Him doing that for 40 years didn't have anything to do with it. Yeah. And so anyway, we go to the emergency room and they run tests, and obviously, like, at this point, you know, they're like, yeah, he's getting admitted for sure as soon as they saw his lab work. And so they do an ultrasound, and he comes back out of the ultrasound and he's like, yep, gallbladder's full of rocks. And I'm like, well, are they gonna get the rocks out? He says I think, right? I'm not sure, right? But, like, that's basically it. And so apparently there was a gallbladder stone that had been obstructing his liver. And because of that, it caused his, what do you call it? It caused his liver to overfunction. And so that's really kind of what happened. And smoked for 80 years. Yeah, exactly. That's not the worst then. So right now they're removing that. He's not sure, like, I don't think they're even sure right now if they're going to have to remove just the obstruction or the entire gallbladder. You know, obviously, like, he was lamenting. We were sitting in the room lamenting, like, whoa, man, are we going to be able to get hamburgers anymore? This is I'm like, yeah, it says on the internet that you can't eat pizza. He's like, ah, fuck. And I'm like, guess what it says? Get ready for this one. He says, what? I'm like, ice cream. He says, ah, fuck. And I'm like, yeah, so he's pissed off. Yeah, the important questions. And so no pizza. Now, he can eat a little bit of it, so we'll see what happens, right? And so he's sitting in the emergency room, and he says, he's like, well, you know, all those people that said that you killed your mom, now they can say that you killed me too. And I'm like, yeah, maybe, but hopefully not yet. And I'm just like, okay, that's great. And so anyway, Jesus Christ. And so that was pretty much my day yesterday. And I was with him until like 7 or 8 in the morning. And yeah, I was, not in the morning, sorry, at night. And then I went home, I went back to his house. I did some shit at his house. I'm trying to, like, all the photos that we have. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be real. Like, this is just, like, honest, just like, this is me. This shit scared the fuck out of me, man. Like, I was actually scared. It's the first time I thought in a long time he was